We'll call this meeting to order. Reporter posting of the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a adjourned meeting carried over from Wednesday night, and you'll be covering items 11 through 17 that was posted on that agenda. And if you'd like, I could do the roll call. No?
Yes, please.
Ms. Fote? Absent. Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Mills?
Here.
Mr. Punier?
Here.
Mr. Oden?
Here. We'll do the flag salute. Let us stand for the flag salute. Mr. Busloff, would you lead us, please?
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have public comments on the items that are on the blue agenda. So if there's anyone who would like to make public comments at this time, please come forward. That's on the blue agenda.
I couldn't find it on the blue, but it's item 4. It's on the study session.
Oh, study session. Item 4. Then we will close public comments at this time. And we will move to our agenda. Number 11. And we'll begin with item number 11, Municipal Code Amendment, Parks and Rec Areas, Prohibited Conduct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to ask Police Chief Gary Gendron to come to the microphone. By way of introduction, as you know, we have several fountains within the city of Palm Springs, and part of the activity that occurs in or around the fountains are activities that potentially could be hazardous to the individuals. For example, if they're doing things in the fountain, they could be subject to slip and falls, things of that nature. The chief has suggested a couple measures that would help him to enforce, not necessarily to discourage people to be at our fountains, but to discourage actions that may get themselves hurt or cause liability to the city. He's been working with this with the city attorney, and what's before you is the final version of what they feel would be the appropriate measures. And with that, I would turn it over to both the chief and our assistant city attorney for further comment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this is again a part of our community policing. This was brought to my attention from the Uptown Merchants when they identified one of the specific problems with, in particular, homeless who were bathing in the fountain at Alejo and Palm Canyon. We continued our discussion, and working with the city attorney and staff, we've developed some amendments to the current ordinance before you.
Thank you. Council comments, questions? Mr. Mills.
Chief, is it what is the penalty for being cited for this?
It's a infraction, and I don't know the fine, but I believe it's a very low fine.
But it's a fine?
It's a fine.
Okay.
And it's an infraction only of the city ordinance. We can't physically arrest unless they refuse to sign the citation.
Okay. Thank you.
We could also arrest, I believe on the second offense, the ordinances allow these become a misdemeanor on the second offense.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. McCullough.
Is this specific for bathing, swimming, and personal hygiene? Because isn't that sort of an interactive fountain? It's sort of designed to encourage people to sort of walk into it.
It does encourage people to walk into that lower part, but it's the large bowl at the top that seems to be the more particular problem of someone coming by and using it like a bathtub.
Mr. Mayor, well,
Yes,
one of my questions was, how many interactive fountains are there for children in the city?
Actually, Councilman, there aren't The one at Francis Stevens Park is the only interactive that we have, and again, that's for the lower bowls, not the large bowl. For children particularly, for example, like the one in Cathedral City, there does not exist in Palm Springs.
Well, I think theoretically you're right, but if you have water and children, they're interactive. And also, people have bathed in all of them, and when they stop here, they're going to find another place, which is fine, but that may mean someone's pool or using their water fountain. So I think it takes us back once again to the homeless issue. I'm glad to see this because we've been talking about doing something for a long time, and while on the punitive side, it doesn't go as far perhaps as we might like, but it's something, and it's a deterrent. So I'm glad to see it. Council, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mills.
I move the ordinance for introduction, first reading, read title, waive text.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. McCullough. Roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, this would be an ordinance of the City of Palm Springs amending Section 11.44.060 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code relating to prohibited conduct in parks and recreation areas. Ms. Vogt?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. It passes unanimously, and that's a municipal code amendment for parks and recreation areas prohibited conduct, bathing in the fountain. We'll move to item number 12, ordinance for second reading and adoption. First reading was on the 4th of February, municipal code amendment, regulation of bicycles, skateboards, scooters, roller skates, coasters, toy vehicles, electric personal assistive, mobile devices, and similar devices.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move the ordinance for second reading and adoption, reading text, waive text.
Read.
Read the title.
I'm glad to hear that. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. McCullough. Are there any questions? Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm again going to object and vote no on this because I think it discourages people from using non-gasoline powered vehicles downtown. I don't think we've had any accidents with skates or the scooters to speak of. And I think it discourages the people from utilizing downtown with non-gasoline powered vehicles.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I am going to make a separate a roll call on this one, and this is for simply waiving the text and reading the title, not for the passage of the ordinance. So this will be waiving the text and reading the title. The code requires a unanimous vote for that part.
Okay.
Ms. Vogt?
Aye.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye.
And now, this would be an ordinance of the City of Palm Springs amending Title 12 of the Palm Springs Municipal Code by amending Chapter 04 pertaining to the definitions of skateboards, roller skates, scooters, and electrical personal assistive mobile devices by adding Chapter 12.090 titled Regulation of Bicycles, Skateboards, Roller Skates, Scooters, Electric Personal Assistive Mobile Devices, and Similar Devices, and by repealing various other sections consistent therewith. Ms. Vogt?
No.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Passes 4 in favor, 1 against, for the adoption of the municipal code amendment for regulation of skateboards, scooters, roller skates, and electric personal assistive mobile devices and similar devices. And we will move to item number 13, 2003 through 2004 allocated positions and compensation plan amendment 9, police department. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This request, the actual specific request is to appropriate $200,000, which will allow us to hire 2 additional police officers. And that being said, I need to tell you how this transpired. Back in 1999, 28 tribal governments, on their compact with the state, have created a special distribution fund. That fund, the tribes put dollars into the state, which are then redistributed to those cities that have impacts from gaming, casinos, and gaming. There's been a long history of this, but where we are today is that that fund is just about ready to be distributed. The city of Palm Springs expects to get a portion of that. The chief has, in discussions with the tribal council, actually the chief and I met with the tribal council, and the recommendation was to have 2 additional police officers assigned directly to the casino. As we indicated that when those monies came forward, if they ever did, that would be one of the things that we would do to mitigate the impacts. The chief's concern was it takes approximately 6 months to get a police officer from training, through training, and onto the street. Since there's that lag time, the tribe has suggested and offered to pay the city 4 months' worth of those dollars to allow us to start the training process. By that time, we will have received at least the first year's installment of what our share of that special distribution fund will be. So what's before you is the approval of the 2 positions and the dollars to pay for it. There is a 0 impact to the general fund. The tribe will pay us the first 4 months. When we receive the dollars, we will repay the tribal money that they gave us up front, and it will then pay for the rest of the year for these positions. Now, there is a caveat to all this. If for whatever reason the special distribution fund does not accrue dollars to the city for this year or any year in the future, those 2 police officers will be laid off. We're putting those in a separate category, for example, like we do at the airport, where the FAA funds specific police security. If those dollars went away from the FAA, those police officers would be laid off. The same model will be used in this particular instance. Be happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Reddy, are these positions 2 new positions over and above our allocated staff?
Yes, they are 2 absolute new positions to be actually allocated in a separate line item, if you will, designated specifically for the casino. So the idea was, right now, our downtown officers, if there's issues at the casino, obviously they handle the casino and the rest of downtown. Under this scenario, the 2 new officers would be dedicated particularly to the casino, freeing up our other officers in the downtown area.
Okay. Is our police department currently down any allocated staff?
The police department now, they always have a position here or there
Right.
from that. We are currently filling every position that's budgeted. Several of those are out in recruitment, and that's part of the issue where it takes the 6 months. So we have some coming out of the system, but we need to get these 2 in.
And Mr. Reddy, I don't know if you can answer that, answer this next question that the chief might. If there are 2 officers, and obviously there's 24 hours a day, and there's 7 days a week, what is the anticipated use of those officers?
That is a very good question, and the chief has several models on how that will occur. And Chief, I would ask you to come to the table and explain to council how you plan to do the coverage.
Currently, what we propose to do is have the officers working a night shift on the weekends. Our Commander Hall and Sergeant Tokier, who have the responsibility for the downtown, will also supervise this. They will be working with the Agua Caliente staff this is going to be very flexible. We're going to see if this is where the officers are the most needed. And the officers who are assigned to this are going to understand they have a schedule, they're going to be flexible, and that they're not going to have a set schedule. So it's really going to be a very, we're forming this, and we're going to expand or decrease the area of responsibility, and again, the hours could be flexible.
I would also note that if, in fact, we get additional revenues from the Special Distribution Fund, which may very well be the case, we certainly may want to add officers at a later time.
I'm sure our mayor will make sure that's the case. Another question, Chief, is from a jurisdiction standpoint, how has that worked out with the tribe?
Public Law 280 authorizes, as a matter of fact, mandates that the state is responsible, or the local law enforcement is responsible for the policing of Indian reservations. So the jurisdiction, there is no problem. We have authority on the reservation.
Great. And then the tribe certainly has its own security, and so you're coordinated with that group, I'm assuming.
Absolutely. That's one of the points in having the officers there, and one of the direction is to work with the security staff and coordinate with them as well.
Okay. Thank you. And I'd also like to comment that that I appreciate the effort by the tribe, the financial effort in helping us out to get these officers online. They certainly are not required to do that, and I think they're stepping to the line here. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Fournier.
how have we been policing the casino since November, and have we seen an increase in crime since the casino's open?
The casino is just in the regular deployment plan, and our downtown experience officers, when they are on duty, have the responsibility. The bike area overlaps into the casino, so they do have that responsibility. And we are seeing a rise in activity throughout the city, and I would say that, yes, we have a increase in activity. I don't have the stats particular to how much of the increase. Just overall, globally, we are seeing an increase.
Mr. Reddy, what if we were to receive additional monies? Can you give me some examples of where we could utilize that money?
Yes, there's a very clear outline in the state law of how those dollars can be utilized. There's certainly some flexibility. And in very summary fashion, there's a core dollars that will be distributed for specific key impacts, and then there are particular grants that cities could apply for additional uses, but they all have to have some mitigation effect on casino impacts. For example, this direct cost for police security there, it also could be infrastructure, roads, it could be fire, it could be police, roads, anything that mitigates the impact, but it has to have some connection to there.
Including addiction.
Including addiction, yes.
Ms. Folk.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, the chief and I had a nice talk about this the other day, and one of the things that I was concerned about is that we have no way of doing a crime study in Palm Springs, and I was kind of hoping when we got this money that that's what we would be utilizing it for, some way in which we can tell whether where the crime is happening, pinpoint who's committing the crime. Is it people who are coming into our city? Is it young people? Is it people who are committing crimes against tourists, or is it mostly against our citizens? So those are the kinds of things, and the chief and I had a long talk about this. So I just wanted it to be on record that if we in fact do go for a grant, that I don't want to see that grant after this just be used for additional personnel, that we actually set up some sort of a grant to understand why our crime rate is rising in our city. So that's one of the things that I would like to see happen. Thank you.
I think that that's a very good suggestion, especially since we are the only city in the state of California that has a casino in its downtown corridor. That tracking system, I think, would be essential for everyone to be able to show the impacts.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
part of the what the city manager and I discussed afterwards is that we may be able to apply through the grant on the 20% that's the non-nexus.
Yes.
And we still would have to have personnel to analyze the data. So there definitely is something that we asked this about 2 years ago to try to get a crime analysis, but because of budget difficulties, we haven't really brought that forward. But I thoroughly agree that we need to have a crime analysis person, and I would support that and move forward with it.
Okay, and I also sit on the Special Distribution Fund, so these recommendations and suggestions will definitely go forward. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can you
Whenever
explain,
possible.
could you explain a little bit, because I've gotten a lot of questions from the citizens about this fund, and I don't know if you're in a position to do that yet, because I think you've only had one meeting.
Right.
But citizens are very concerned about the fact that this was in millions of dollars, and our city, which has got such an impact from the casino, we're only getting 200,000 and maybe a little bit more through a grant.
That's what appears to be the allocation at this point, but this is an ongoing source of funds. The tribes have been paying into this fund since 1999, and it will be distributed on an annual basis. So based upon that first tenure, we will receive some funding, but it will definitely increase because the fund has increased. We may end up getting more than what's anticipated at this point and still be able to apply for a number of grants. Especially because of the position that we are in, we are more directly impacted, thank you, than other areas, which was something that was unclear in the initial pact when we attended the first meeting, which I reported out on, because they virtually had left out just a few words, which made us basically equivalent to all the other cities. But the difference is that the casino is within the city limits and surrounded by the city, which is different from all of the other cities that are involved. So that has been changed, and in the next meeting, I'll have more information to bring back.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. McCullough.
I'm somewhat troubled by, it seems a lot of times when we're dealing with budgetary issues, we're doing these things piecemeal. We have a potential to get some revenue funds here to offset the impact of gaming, and without really a lot of study as to where we should allocate these monies, we're already spending it. I would like to see going forward that we look at the amount of anticipated revenues and maybe have a plan for, how much is going to go to public safety, police, paramedics, other impacts in town, because I do believe that public safety is the first priority of government, and so I'm in favor of this. But I think that we really need, when we do budgeting, we need to study. It seems like every time we find this revenue source, it comes along with a recommendation to spend it, and that troubles me without having a plan.
Yes, I would agree with you. I think that there's some things definitely that we need to look at, but most of these funds are designated. We're limited in the areas where we can spend anyway. Okay, if there are no further, yes.
I'll move the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and this would be for both resolutions. Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Punier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. It passes unanimously. And we will move to item 14, Positions and Compensation Plan Amendment 10, Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. What's requested here is for a change to the composition ordinance, and this would add three part-time positions for the purpose of the skate park. As you know, our skate park opened. We are required to have monitoring of that skate park during times that it is open. City Council had passed on the fee structure for the skate parks, and that fee structure will pay for these individuals, so it should have a net result to the general fund. Scott Meixel is here, can answer any specific questions you have on the timing, scheduling, the actual costs. But in general, the idea was to have the revenues pay for these positions. And I don't believe we have any choice in not hiring these positions, because if we don't have monitored people at the skate park, we're going to have problems with kids not wearing their equipment. If they get hurt, then we do have some liability. So we believe that it's important and recommend your passage. Thank you.
Council? questions on the staff report?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. McCullough.
I hate to be redundant, but once again, I would like to see. Obviously, it's likely that we're going to see we're going to readdress the issue of admission fees for this skate park. I'd like to see sort of a cost analysis on how much revenue we anticipate whenever we get this presented to us, plus the expenditures. And it's my understanding we've had an unexpected expenditure for a security guard because it was sort of in my case, it was sort of disappointing that the users of the park were not really adhering to the rules and being confrontational with the people who were there with regard to wearing their safety equipment, which is disappointing to me. But I think, now we have that expenditure. Is that also going to be covered by the fees along with these additional costs for these positions?
Councilman, that's a good question. These will replace the security guard. The security guard was there immediately when it opened as a stopgap measure to make sure that these kids were complying with the rules. And unfortunately, the role of government many times now is to protect people from themselves, and that's the role we have to play here. So the security guard will no longer be there. These positions will replace the requirement and the need for that security guard. And also, I would ask Scott to come to the microphone. We have done a cost analysis. The revenues are going to pay for this. The Parks and Recreation Commission, however, at their last meeting, they were reviewing the idea of the fee structure. As you know, we've had several requests not the least of which from the school board, with regard to children who are a member of the Palm Springs schools but might live outside the city, who maybe not be able to skate with their companions at school who are city residents because of the cost differential, and if there was some mechanism we could make that more equal. The Recreation Commission is looking at that issue, and they're going to make a recommendation to the City Council of a fee change. Now, we were very sensitive to the ideas with that fee change. Is it going to affect the dynamic of this funding? And I think Scott can address that issue.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. The item before you is to hire 3 full-time equivalent positions. It's our intent to staff those with a number of individuals on a part-time basis because most of the folks that were interested in these particular jobs are students, college students, maybe even some seniors and stuff like that. We will break them up over the course of the day. If you look at the staff report, we've calculated out, based on our current operating hours, about 4,700 hours per year. Hiring 3 full-time equivalent positions gives us about a little over 6,200 hours per year. The amount of hour overlap is where we're going to utilize actually 2 individuals to monitor the skate park at the absolute peak times to replace the security guard in those locations. Based upon our anticipated revenues, and I actually have a little bit more data than what's in the staff report now. This was done at a 7-week interval. We're now 9 weeks into operating the skate park. We have a revenue stream on an average of about $1,700, a little over $1,700 per week at the present time. We're taking a look at those dollars, 70% thereabouts of which are coming from admissions, and the balance is coming from vending fees. So it's a pretty positive and consistent revenue stream at the present time. If we don't change the fees at all, then we would anticipate that our revenues would be somewhere in the vicinity of about $90,000 a year from the skate park. This particular item before you would cost us in the vicinity of about $60,000 per year to hire the positions, which gives us a net. However, if we take a look at adding additional resident fees or non-resident fees and things along those lines, we still believe that what the Parks and Recreation Commission is considering will still have a slight net increase in revenues. We're trying to get the fees as low as we possibly can, but pay for our operations so that it does not become a drain on the general fund. And that's what our goal has been since day one. It's never really intended to, nor was it the vision of the skate park wanting to generate a lot of revenue. We wanted to provide it as an amenity to the community, and the closer we get to that, obviously, the best fees we can provide to the community and the non-residents alike is what our goal has been. And even with what we're considering in a staff report that will come forward to you in March, these costs will be covered in that.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
Scott, and my concerns are very much the same as Mr. McCulloch's, in that our main purpose as a city is to I don't want to say take care of, but essentially to make it advantageous for people to live here, want to live here, and to serve our citizens. And hence that was the fee that the previous council established with the out-of-town fee, and that was the reasoning by it, and I stand by that reasoning. However, I do understand the concern of the school district, and as the rec board suggested, we can look at that. Toward that end, is there any way that when people are coming to the park, that you can see if they are PSUSD students? Obviously, the ones that are in the city aren't a problem, but I mean, the ones that are paying the $5 fee, can you question or ask the question, are you a PSUSD student? So we can better get an idea of what the fiscal impact will be if that fee changes.
Yes, sir. We can certainly start asking that question about student IDs. Most of the students do carry IDs. Right now, what we're tracking is member admissions and then just general admissions for students. We do have some idea of the amount of activity that we have during non-school hours, and surprisingly, there's a number of adults that are utilizing the skate park late in the afternoon and then later on in the evenings. And we have a number of folks coming into the city on the weekend doing road trips. We've had, several occasions where van loads of young adults, I guess, have come down during the week in non-off-peak hours. We're trying to take a look at what the best way to capture those revenues is, so that we not only can get them to return over several times during the year, but yet capture as much as we can from them on a daily use fee. We may be proposing something like a 3-day pass for a slightly reduced rate, so that we at least get 2 days of revenue out of it, as opposed to 3, but yet they'd be able to skate 3. We're taking a look at rental fees, too, for skate parties and or events to occur. There's been several people come forward with interest to do that. In the event of doing an event, that would be a tremendous revenue source for us, especially with vending fees and the like. So we're real positive with the popularity of the park, but we're also very sensitive to the amount of revenue that we need to bring in. Not what we want to bring in, but what we need to bring in to make sure that it pays for itself, because we don't want it to become a burden by any means.
And I appreciate that, certainly, and as you said, I am not looking at the skate park as a generator of revenue, but just holding its own. And to that, are the costs that you outlined, Scott, you're including electrical in that as well?
At the present time, the electrical is being consumed by the pool. We have our electrical comes off of that location. It's not metered, and I don't have a really good way other than to calculate what the wattage of the lights are and stuff like that. But as you recall, when you originally saw the plans with Mr. Rea, we were sensitive to that issue, and so that's why we used sodium lights as opposed to the metal halide, which are a lot less expensive to use. And additionally, that does come off our cogeneration plant, so it's not an Edison expense. But no, I don't. We're not metering the electricity separately right now.
I think, it might be something, an inline meter is not a big deal. I mean, it might be something that we might want to look at, because or a way of determining based on previous usage what of the pool was. But the pool's not separate from the, well, even you can come up with some idea, I'm sure, of what our usage would be, what our costs would be, to make sure that the costs are appropriate for the skate park. I'm real concerned that we can have the lowest fees possible and still maintain the park without dipping into the rec budget or the general fund or anything else. And I think you should also, when you're doing your line item, when we look at this for the skate park, that you put in a line item for maintenance, because I know you need it, or you're going to need it, and that you put in a line item for marketing as well. Because I think it's important that we do generate the events that you're talking about. We keep the interest up, and that's really why we build it, to encourage the kids to come down and use it. And if we can make events out of it, that's even greater. And it is a tremendous facility. I've seen a few. I haven't seen anything close to this. But so I am in support of this, but I am in support of it based on the fees we are charging currently. If that changes, then I personally will be looking at reevaluating this, and I'm very serious about it holding its own. And if we need to adjust hours to make it hold its own, then that's what we may have to do. But I don't want to do that. But I would look at that if it's not holding its own. So I would like to move this, whatever it is. What is it? It's a resolution.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Mills and seconded by Councilmember McCullough.
Mr. Mayor, I have another question.
Yes.
Mr. Mikesell. It's my understanding that the Palm Springs Unified School District participated by donating some land for the skate park. Is that true? And if it is true, do we have any idea what the value of that gift was?
Actually, they didn't donate land. They just allowed us to build within the easement that we already had.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I also have a question.
Yes.
Wasn't there initially some netting that was going to go over the skate park or anything to protect the kids in the middle of the summer sun, or not? And if there were, was there a cost to that?
The original project included shade structures similar, I guess, in concept to what you have at the parking garage around the perimeter along the north and west side of the skate park. The cost of those was prohibitive at the time. However, over time, we hope to be able to apply for grants, look at our Measure Y funding, and still come back and do those at a later date. But we just didn't have the money at the present time. If we're real lucky and we get good grant dollars come in over the next several years, we may look at revisiting the whole redoing of the building itself too. That's a desire of the council at the time, and certainly the commission and the staff to do that too. But it's just contingent on dollars in the future.
Because, knowing that the summer is going to be certainly a high usage time, which is going to generate a lot of revenue, and not having shades may in fact reduce revenue of the kids if it's too warm in the months of August and July. So I share, Mr. Mills and Mr. McCullough's concerns on the budget, but at the same time, if we've got some extra revenue, we should be taking a close look at the shades or something to that effect.
I would remind you that we are night lit, obviously, and we're one of the very few skate parks that is lit at night, so that can be utilized at night. So, and quite frankly, the style of lighting and the type, it's very popular at night. The kids really like it, and even in the winter, it's being used quite a bit into the evenings.
Ms. Folt?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the type of staff that we're going to utilize for this, because I share Mr. Mills's concerns. The Budget Task Force had long discussed the fact that we're doing so much subsidy of our recreation facilities. What kind of staff are we creating here? Are we creating a part-time kind of staff, or are we creating benefit packages and unemployment if we, as we go into the summer and all of the things that come with staff, or are we just doing part-time positions that wouldn't incur that much in the way of benefits?
There is a certain amount of this that's allocated towards a benefit amount. If I'm not wholly familiar with it, and I might have to defer to the city manager or finance as to exactly when benefits do or do not kick in for a particular individual. There's a certain amount of hours that they work throughout the course of the year. We are certainly looking at, because we're creating full-time positions, we have included a dollar value for the benefits attributable to those positions. However, we're looking at doing it on a part-time basis with the amount of hours up to that individual, and trying to stay below the threshold that we need to, so that we don't pay an excessive amount of benefits. But yes, individuals are entitled to a certain level of benefits. What that is, I'm not certain. I can't answer that, to be honest with you, but we included a value of that in
There's
the
usually
amount.
a full-time employee gets one set of benefits. Somebody under, well, I think I'll just let you do this.
There's a kind of a three-quarter time class, part-time class that receives lesser benefits, and that's the class we're trying to do here. This is all driven by the number of hours we want to stay open, and as Council Member Mills suggested, that if the fees don't cover it, we may have to look at reducing the hours to save some of those man-hour costs. But right now, we think it will be covered, and we'll just have to monitor it and be flexible as time goes on.
My other thought was that the kids that and I've been over to the skate park on several occasions, and it's nothing I would ever think about doing. It's really scary, but a lot of the kids have family involvement, and the families seem to be very supportive. And I was wondering if it would be possible for us to create some sort of a parent sponsorship, a parent group that would take on the skate park, that would maybe be able to act in some volunteer position at certain hours to monitor what happened at the skate park. I'm thinking about some sort of a creation of a sponsor group for the skate park, and then maybe you can defer some of the hours by using some of the parents in the group, and also could possibly be a fundraising tool for the skate park.
Like it. Okay, we have those recommendations. I really like that last one. We have a motion and a second. Yeah, are there any other questions? Roll call.
Ms. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. McCullough?
Aye.
Mr. Mills?
Aye.
Mr. Prunier?
Aye.
Mr. Mayor?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Additional legislative items?
Mr. Mayor, there are three.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the next three items, they're all three actual state ballot measures, and I would note that each of these has a different effect on our budget posture and our deficit as we move through the next fiscal year and continuing on into the future. Several cities have supported these, and what I would like to do is, there are three, and we need to take each one separate. It's a brief discussion on each, and Assistant City Manager Troy Bootsloff has been heading up our effort here, and he has the resolutions and will explain to you what each of them will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Actually, you have the resolutions there if you could pass those out to council. As the council knows, on March 2nd, there is a number of ballot initiatives before the voters of the state of California. Two of those, Prop 57 and Prop 58, at a request by Councilman McCullough, were brought back before council to take a look at whether the council would wish to support these two propositions. Proposition 58 is, in essence, a $15 billion bond to finance the state's budget deficit. This bond will rely upon the dreaded triple flip, which we've heard so much about. What the triple flip is, in essence, is the state will take 0.25% of our sales tax. They will then backfill that sales tax with property tax that will come back to us to make us whole, and they will use that 0.25% sales tax in addition to some sales tax revenue that the state will pledge to finance this bond issue. This is kind of an innovative financing scheme to go ahead and have a revenue source to bond against. In essence, the city will lose some sales tax revenue, but in theory, if the state is true to its word, we will be backfilled with property tax. Due to the concern that many cities, mostly charter cities, have had regarding this particular financing mechanism, the triple flip, the city of Cerritos filed litigation against the state of California, which this city has joined in with a number of other charter cities throughout the state. The premise of the Cerritos lawsuit is, in essence, the state's ability to reallocate certain constitutionally guaranteed revenue sources from the city back to the state. In essence, this 0.25% sales tax, which is guaranteed by the state's constitution to local agencies to use for local purposes, is now being taken away by the state without any say from the cities, and we're challenging that legal ability of the state to do that. So what Prop 57 does is issues this bond and then pledges that 0.25% of the city's sales tax towards the funding of that bond. While the two may seem inconsistent with one another, because one, we're suing the state of California on its ability to take this money away and challenging our ability to hold these local revenues for local purposes, really the two are probably beneficial in one sense, because if Prop 57 passes, then the state will probably not rate us further. They will be able to use the 0.25% they're taking and hopefully give us back our property tax, so it'll make us whole, but then they will not look deeper into the city's subventions and take additional revenues away from cities and counties to make up for the budget deficit. So in one aspect, Prop 57 does serve some good in the sense that we know at least that's the known evil. If Prop 57 fails, then all bets are off. The state could even look at further revenue sources to take away from cities and counties, thus making our potential deficit situation even worse. Prop 58 is a companion bill to Prop 57. What Prop 58 does is changes state budgetary practices to make it more difficult for the state to do certain things. It requires a mid-year budget adjustment. It requires that the legislature adopt a budget by a certain time. It's really geared towards making sure that the state does not get itself in the situation that it's presently in. So the two propositions mirror each other, actually complement each other, so that one is a funding mechanism, the other one is more of an administrative procedure to require the state legislature and the governor to do certain things. So those are the two ballot measures. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer that on the ballot measures before I go into the League initiative. None? The third thing that we're asking council for support on is a initiative that's being sponsored by the League of California Cities, the California State Association of Counties, and the California Special Districts Association. This is known as the Local Taxpayers and Public Safety Protection Act. This has been an ongoing effort by those three entities, which the city, of course, is a member of the League of California Cities, to come up with an initiative that can go before the voters of California to, in essence, stop the raiding of local government revenue sources by the state. This particular act, if approved by voters, would require voter approval before the legislature removes local tax dollars from the control of local government. It would ensure that local tax dollars are dedicated to local government to fund local public services, and it would also require that the legislature reimburse local governments when the state mandates local governments to assume more financial responsibility for new or existing programs. So if this measure is qualified by the voters of California and is placed on the ballot, it will likely appear on the November 2004 ballot. The League has urged all cities in the state to support this measure because it will protect our local revenues from these ongoing raids by the state, and they are asking all citizens to vote this to ensure that those revenues that are earmarked for local agencies are kept at the local level so that we can pay for those services that they enjoy. And with that, I'll be open to any questions.
Council, item number 15, are there any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the resolution under item 15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember McCullen, second by Councilmember Mills. Any additional questions, observations? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Oh, you have a question? Yes.
No, I was just going to give a little bit more encouragement, but that's
Yeah, well,
okay.
go ahead.
Well, in light of what happened and what I read in this morning's paper, I think it's really important that we do support this measure, because I don't think that what the morning paper said is that it at this point has is not looking like it's going to pass. And so I think it's really important that we do, because I don't think the citizens have quite come to grips yet with the fact that if this doesn't pass, that we have major bond monies that come due as a state in June, and we will have no way of covering the bond monies. And so if this does not happen, it is going to result in draconian types of budget cuts on the state level, and also major tax increases, which then will, of course, affect our city budget even more. So I was just going to speak in favor.
Okay, thank you. Any others? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Item number 16, any questions? Observations? Endorsements?
Move the resolution.
Have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Mills and second by Councilmember McCullough. There are no further questions. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, it's passed unanimously. And item number 17,
Move the resolution.
Second.
moved by Councilmember Mills and second by Councilmember McCullough.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On the the third item that we have here, there is another component to it that I would encourage. There are approximately, I believe, 1 million signatures needed, or is it 1 million? I believe it is 1 million signatures that are needed. The League of California Cities is going to be paying to gather approximately 700,000 of that those million signatures that are needed, and they're calling upon the cities to do whatever we can to publicize the petitions, get petitions out to our citizens, and I'll have them available probably next week for our citizens to sign petitions, so we don't have to pay for the signature gatherers to gather signatures to be sure to get this on the ballot. So I would suggest that we have some information available at City Hall at the front reception desk, and also I will be a resource on getting petitions out.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, observations? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries unanimously. Reports or requests?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just very quickly. This report, or I guess it's a report, regarding a note that we received from CVAG regarding our building department, and the collection of TUMP fees, I think, is worthwhile reading. Excerpt. CVAG staff would like to compliment you and your staff for professional manner in which the TUMP fee program is administered in Palm Springs. The city's program is truly a model for the rest of the valley. There were no discrepancies found during our review. And I would like to note that particular responsibility falls under the building department, specifically Don Duckworth and Angela, and all of us that deal with the building department know how meticulous Angela is, and this is just an example of how meticulous Angela is. So my compliments as well as CVAG's.
Thank you.
Just another quick note regarding a news conference, 1 o'clock on Tuesday the 24th at the Palm Springs Stadium to introduce the coach and the new team that will start play in Palm Springs called Palm Springs Power in June. So please attend if you can.
Yes. Mr. Ponier.
Just a quick report on my liaison role with the Mizell Center that we started talking about in December. I did attend my first board meeting with their board on Tuesday, so it was very productive, and I'll look forward to keeping the council up to date on activities of the seniors in the Mizell Center as well. Thank you.
I would like, have several requests. First of all, that we look into the formation of a film commission. It is my understanding that the function that took place within the Inland Empire is not currently in operation, and several requests have come into the city, and perhaps this is something that we need to look at, and perhaps something, a model similar to our airport commission that includes other cities in the valley. I would also like to request that the council look at making First Friday a city-endorsed function. We have invested in First Friday and have offered them some encouragement, and I think that they are a little discouraged, and this is a function that has been going on now for a while, and I think that if we say this is now a city function, that they will maintain it, and it can grow and truly assist the economy in the uptown area. I attended their last meeting, and I think that they were a little discouraged about some things and wondering whether or not our support was there, and I think that this would go a long way in really supporting them.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question about that? What is the, do we have a liaison from this council to the Uptown Business Association? Because I know we do have a liaison to downtown and, or Main Street, excuse me. So I would be more than willing to act as a liaison to that committee, because I was part of the formation of the Uptown, the First Friday in
First
Uptown.
Friday.
So I don't know if that's appropriate or not that we do, but I think it is important that we give as much support.
Members of council, I have asked Jerry Ogburn from the downtown. He attends Main Street. He attends the uptown meetings. I attend when I can. I know council members, I've seen several of you there over time. On First Friday, when that was created a couple years ago, the city put some seed money in with the idea of the burden would be on those vendors and those merchants up there to help to keep it going. Now, there's a couple things that we can do that will really assist them, and we're moving towards that. Council has approved putting in the infrastructure for the lighting in the uptown. Once those lights are in, I think that'll have a significant effect on helping First Friday. So that's probably one of the most important things we can do, and we're moving in that direction.
Maybe it'd be a good idea at some point if we actually had a study session and brought them in to discuss ways that we can assist. We did discuss quite a few items at the meeting, and I think it would be important to have an ongoing liaison there. Actually, I was one of the people who helped to start the Uptown Association years ago, and we've made a lot of progress there, but I think it's important to maintain that interest in the city, in that part of our city, because so often they feel a little disenfranchised. Okay, I'll hold this. Public reports or requests? Staff reports, requests?
Are there none, sir?
Okay, we will adjourn. This is correct here. Do I need to go to this? Okay. Okay. Then we will adjourn this meeting and we will go into our study session, but we will recess and take a 5-minute break.
Ms. Foat?
Here.
Mr. Mills?
Here.
Mr. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Punier?
Here.
Mr. Oden?
Here. Report on posting of the agenda.
I guess the city clerk is going to delegate that to me. Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the agenda, both the agenda for Thursday's meeting and Friday's meeting, as well as a supplemental agenda, were posted in accordance with council policy.
Thank you. Public comments on matters within the jurisdiction. I have one card from Ruthie Frazee. If you please come up, you will have 3 minutes.
Don't hit the timer yet. I'm here to talk about carports, but before I do that, I need to make a little comment, real quick without elaborating. I've made Mr. Reddy and the police chief aware of a situation that took place here last Wednesday, and I'd like to suggest that whenever you use this room for overflow, that there's some type of security in here. They can, I don't want to go into it because I have my carport issues, but they'll update you. Lee Hoosfeld is very aware of it as well. So that's something that I would just like to suggest.
Okay.
Okay, as far as the carports go, I know all of you know about my house trauma drama that happened a couple years ago. And during that time, my neighbors right next to me and directly across from me had these sun structures, whatever were, the canvas awning things. And I was very concerned about it because all of a sudden they got a citation. And I felt like my street is being targeted because I was having a city issue. And I called and was very concerned, and Doug said, I can assure you nobody even wants to go down your street. But I'm on the board in Deepwell, and the phone rings into my house. And so that's where new people that come into the neighborhood will call, and they'll say, who should I call for getting an awning? And I'll say nobody, because that's the situation right now. It was a gray area whether you needed a permit or not a permit, and it's been almost 2 years before we've come to this point. I am in full agreement and hope the council will consider that what's good for one is good for the other. This city has a zillion of these awnings. I think there needs to be some type of regulation where if the canvas gets worn, the owner has to replace it so that if it's worn and tattered and flapping in the wind, we don't want that. I'm sure that nobody wants a temporary lean-to, an easy up type of thing. But my two neighbors had citations. My neighbor, Richard Weta, has now sold his house, but I think he has probably turned all the letters into the city as well as pictures. If he hasn't, I can get them all back. Because like I said, it's been almost 2 years. But there's many old houses that don't have carports. A lot of people use these for shelter. It seems like there's a setback issue on many of the streets, but a couple streets over, there's been variances given 35 years ago where you literally walk out their front door and you're almost in the street. So people have attached these to their homes. And if you don't approve it, then I expect every single homeowner in this city to get a violation. Otherwise, you need to be fair to all of us. So that's my position on it, and I hope you take that into consideration. And please talk with Mr. Reddy.
Okay. Thank you. Robin Burns, followed by Sergio Santos.
What color feathers do you
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Here's the bottom line. Palm Springs is a special city with special needs. Our city's forte is its tourism. Your cab industry's professionals are likely the first person many guests interact with on arrival and the last purveyor of services they deal with when they leave. We matter in a big way and have suffered a tremendous financial hardship for over 2 years. The only way we have to sustain our businesses is to increase revenue. With increased revenue, we can improve security for drivers, stabilize cash flow, allowing us to make improvements to dispatch methods and equipment, and create benefits for our staff which upgrades quality of performance and enhances driver longevity, and ultimately makes for a better taxi experience and increases the probability that our guests will tell others, which increases tourism in our area. I've been in the area with my husband for 9 years. We own a home here. I have a daughter in preschool here, a daughter in college. The reality is since 9/11, the whole industry has changed. My 6-cab company pays approximately $15,000 in regulation fees to Sunline, over $35,000 yearly in insurance, last year over $25,000 in Yellow Page ads. I'm one of 20 companies here that does a really good job of servicing our taxi clientele, and our industry is barely holding its head above water. After 9 years of hard work, maintaining a 24/7 business, managing 15 to 20 drivers and dispatchers, coordinating service to groups, police forces, CHP, schools, medical facilities, and creating a niche that has blossomed up to 9/11. It's hard to swallow that our village community is gearing up for expansion, approving use for entertainment complexes, upgrading our convention facilities, building a home a day, and yet the right to add needed revenue and improve service in my company, add value to my city's economy, and help give safety and security to my drivers is such a hard decision thus far for council to make. It's been 15 months since my cohorts and myself have put many hours and effort into educating everyone about the need for this advertising. In the last 15 months, my company experienced 2 auto accidents. It's a statistic that taxis with advertising toppers have 24% less collisions. Maybe that might have helped. A taxi driver was murdered September 2003. His name was Carlos Coelho. This caller first called our company before they went and were taken by Carlos. One wonders if the panic light device on a taxi, and I do have one exemplary illustrated on my board there, might have made a difference. Our company experienced 4 incidents in the last 15 months, including 1 armed robbery with an automatic weapon. Our industry incurred a 25% increase in insurance premiums for auto liability and property damage. Yellow Page ads increased about 16%, and costs for recruiting drivers increased. Driver retention has been at an all-time low, especially with the high price of gas. This month alone, we're 9% below what we were last year, just this month. Pros on advertising. Local businesses will get a proven ad media used in every major city in the country. 300,000 hits every month. Taxis go out of town daily. Do I have to leave? I do. We'll be back, hopefully.
Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
I can't talk as fast as Robin can, so how about 4 minutes? I guess basically what I want to say is everybody knows we've been here before and we've discussed this. I think the bottom line is on this presentation, if everybody will open up to the very last page, that's from Sunline Regulatory Agency. The top numbers were their projections in 1999 for what our industry would have done in the 2002-2003 year. They said we were going to have 603,000 rides. In reality, the bottom is what happened. The last 3 months aren't on there, but it was we had approximately 340,000 rides. Now, what happened to that other 250,000 rides, I don't know. But this advertising is also connected with our problems at Sunline Regulatory Agency. We have nobody. Our industry has nobody that has watched out for our interest. Nobody. I had a car. I bought one of their gas cars from Sunline. I had it on the road for 20 months. I gave it back to them because they were price fixing the fuel. and they, with their relationship with Clean Energy Company, we were paying 6.50 to 60 cents a gallon more for our fuel here than they were down the hill. And why? Because they owned all the stations in town. And this is a lot deeper than just the advertising. We need this money to survive. We've got 185 taxis on the road right now. And people are saying, well, business is so bad, why you got more taxis on the road now? Well, these owners are trying to make up for the money they've lost. And we've been here trying to get this advertising on taxis. That's what it looks like. I've had this on a van now for 10 months. I've had nothing but good comments about it from the public. I'm told, well, maybe the city of Indian Wells doesn't want advertising. That's okay. If the city of Indian Wells doesn't want advertising, there's no taxi companies that are based out of Indian Wells. And if they don't want advertising out there, then that's their prerogative. But what we're saying right now is we have a right, a constitutional right, to advertise in our taxis, and it's been proven in city after city after city in the United States. Please, give us the chance to do this. On the second page, we tell you how we would like to see the ordinance. I know it's up to you, but I think if you take a look at what we propose for the ordinance, you'll agree with this. The CVTOA asks that the City Council change city ordinance and to allow advertising on taxis. That's page number 3. That's what we're asking for the ordinance to be. If it's got to be changed, if it doesn't work out, you can change it in a year. But let's give this thing a chance. It's going to be good for businesses in the valley. It's going to be good for churches. It's going to be good for everybody that wants to advertise. Please, thank you, City Council.
Thank you, Sergio. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comments? Good morning.
Hi. I'm
Please
Mary
give
Jo
your
Ginther.
name.
Mary Jo Ginther. On behalf, good morning, I'm here to speak on behalf of American Heat Weekend. As a member and on behalf of Main Street, I'm here this morning as Joy Meredith is unable to attend. Main Street has absolutely no problem in supporting this event, as alternative venues to North Palm Canyon have already been discussed. As president of the Palm Springs Hotel and Hospitality Association, the board of directors has voiced our support of promoters, including Randy Burke, who brings sound business and high revenues to our city, asking for a friendly, welcoming, and consistent location while providing us with the tax revenues to support this place in which we live. As the general manager of the Hyatt, I ask for your support in continuing to welcome promoters such as Randy and Roadshow. Our hotel at the center of the festivities enjoyed one of our most successful weekends last year without mishap. No event is risk-free. I incur risk every Thursday night during Village Fest. I incur risk every year during the Festival of Lights. It's what we do every day. We plan for it to minimize any potential impact. American Heat was safe and successful last year. I hope you welcome everyone again to its new location and allow this event to continue its success in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ed Switek, and I'm with the Riviera Resort in Palm Springs. And I just wanted to echo Mary Jo's remarks with regard to Bike Weekend. As a hotel that's on the outskirts of town and generally does not generate great business when events are happening in the middle of town, Bike Weekend has also been the best weekend that the Riviera has seen in the 3 out of the last 4 years that it has been in town. Again, we do understand that there are concerns on security and the fact that Randy does pay for the city services that are incurred, I think, need to be pointed out. It was a safe and successful event last year. What I believe Randy is looking for is a commitment from the city, a long-term commitment into a weekend that he can consistently market himself for future years. And we would just hope that you would support that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. Please give your name. You're new to town, right?
Good morning, Mayor and the City Council. I'm Aftab Dada from the Hilton Palm Springs Resort, and I'm here this morning in front of you as Mary Jo and Ed Switek mentioned that support for Randy Burke and the road shows. It is one of the most highest generating event for the second half of the year for our city. He's here today for some dates for the next 5 years, a commitment. He does this program all over the country. There are other cities that have asked him to move this event, but he feels that our destination is the best destination, not only for himself and his company, but all the people in the hospitality community. Our police department last year did a terrific job and was an incident-free event for the first time ever. Granted that there are some elements that do come to this event that we wouldn't like to see it, but majority of the attendees are professional with high disposable dollars, not only for the hotel community, but also for the retail, entertainment, and everybody else. I'm also here today that Ed Switek will be presenting to you regarding the Mrs. America pageant that is agreed to come to our city in the first week of September. I want to thank you last week for approving the Miss Teen USA, and for all of you that approved it. You know that the city committed $75,000 as a support, but I just want to make it clear that the city won't be spending that $75,000. The hospitality community has agreed to give rebate on the paid room nights that will be generated. And from last year's numbers, we had approximately 1,700 paid room nights. That amounts to $17,000 in rebates for this year if the event comes in. Along with that, Mr. Generous, our friend Harold Matzner has agreed to match even dollars for the rebate amount. So if you add those up, approximately $35,000 to $40,000 will be generated by the hospitality community. I'm sorry. So the actual city's dollars will be about $35,000 to $40,000. And Ed Switek today is requesting for Mrs. America pageant approximately $25,000. So I hope you will support this event as well as give Randy Burke the next 5-year approval to bring this important event in our city. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in public comments at this time? If not, then we will close public comments. Council comments, questions, reports? Yes, Ms.
Mr. Mayor, are we reordering the agenda? Is that something that we're going to do?
Actually, I was going to mention that at city manager comments.
Yes.
Okay.
I do have an events report, but I think I'll hold it to the end. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Of course, this is a somewhat compressed meeting of leftover items from legislative items from Wednesday, an adjourned study session from yesterday, and of course the study session agenda today. So in an effort to get the prioritized and most important issues in this 4-hour, which is now a 2-hour and 20-minute time frame before we adjourn at noon, the order that we'd like to do is from yesterday's meeting we will take Bike Weekend. We'd start with Bike Weekend. Second, we will do the Mrs. America request. Third, we'll go to the Andreas Hill Street dedication, which is on today's agenda. And fourth, signage on taxi cabs, which is on today's agenda. The last two are a little more lengthy discussions, so I thought we'd do Bike Weekend and Mrs. America first. The balance of your agenda, if we have time, council certainly can choose which priority you feel is important. Thank you.
Okay, then let's move to item number 1, staff report.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Over the last 2 years, we've begun a process with regard to Bike Weekend, which is in the fall. It is important for the promoter to know if, in fact, the city council has an interest in having that event in our city. And the reason is because, obviously, the promoter has a certain amount of upfront things that the promoter must do to make the event a success. What will be asked of you, particularly at some point prior to the event, is to suspend the noise ordinance, which in essence allows that event to take place on our street. So what today we are asking you is just to consider the possibility of, if in fact you want the event to come back to Palm Springs, so the promoter has an idea if in fact you would even welcome such an event, you will be asked to suspend the noise ordinance at a future meeting. One caveat to this. Over the last couple of years, what has become clear from the downtown merchants is the over and over again of closing Palm Canyon is problematic, and the merchants downtown feel strongly that they would like that to not continue. In discussions with Main Street, we've committed that if in fact Bike Weekend takes place, it will not be on Palm Canyon. The two venues are either Indian Canyon or potentially the Prairie Schooner property, which is where the Bike Weekend originated several years ago. So with that in mind, we'd like the discussion to center around today if you even want to entertain Bike Weekend coming back, and the actual location can be cited at a later time, but it will not be on Palm Canyon. And with that, I would like to ask Chief Gendron to come to the microphone, and Mr. Randy Burke, who is a promoter of Bike Weekend. And as far as our reports are, I think you just need to hear from the chief in terms of his read and view on the security aspects, and then Mr. Burke will be here to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Yes, Chief.
Mr. Mayor and members of City Council, as your police chief and representing the interests of public safety, I can't get behind the event knowing that this event will draw 300 to 350 Mongols, the outlaw motorcycle gang, into the city. However, I understand that I am looking at this from a very narrow perspective, and that there's a broader perspective of tourism and the economy. Based on that, if you so choose to approve the event, your police department is again up to the challenge, and we will meet the challenges. We'll have to change our strategy with the Mongols, because we know that they'll adapt to what we did last year. We had a strategy of catching them off guard. What we did is I assigned a gang officer who did extensive intelligence research on the anticipated arrival of the outlaw motorcycle gangs, which incidentally is a very small but significant part of the biker weekend. I recognize that they're 1-2%, and the majority of bikers are law-abiding good citizens who spend a lot of money in the city of Palm Springs, so I recognize that. Our detective spent an enormous amount of time. He attended the different events prior to our biker event, and we learned a lot of intelligence on what was going to occur. We were able to coordinate and successfully arrest two Mongol motorcycle gang members as they left their clubhouse in Los Angeles for Palm Springs for murder out of San Diego. They had killed a Hells Angel associate. So our gang officer is able to coordinate with the LA Sheriff, CHP, and San Diego Sheriff the arrest. So before they even got here, they were stopped on the freeway. These guys were arrested. When they came into town, we set up a legal checkpoint for a sobriety checkpoint, which totally caught them off guard. We had them boxed in and gathered an enormous amount of information on them. Then they went into their particular hotel, and after extensive security measures, the Mongols decided to stay in the hotel, and they did not leave the premises. We would follow them if they sent out their scouts, and we sent a clear message that we were serious about the security of this event. I recognize that we're not going to be able to get away with the surprise this time. they will adapt to what we did. So we'll have to do a different strategy, which, if you approve the event, we will be on it immediately after that. And our plan is that we will attend the Hollister event, we will attend the Laughlin event, and some of the other events prior to ours, gathering the intelligence as we did before. I think I can publicly say we will have a strong, my recommendation would be a very strong, visible, deterrent presence of police officers, so that 1% to 2% of criminals know that we are serious about their behavior, and we will have zero tolerance for their behavior. So we're up for that challenge. The issue is going to be expense. We charged, I believe, $18,000 is what the promoter paid, and we exceeded that cost. We were about $23,000, and that's not that's our hard cost of this event. My recommendation is, if you approve the event, is that we have a cushion that the city doesn't absorb any of those costs, because Mr. Burke runs a very good security of his event. I've never been critical of it inside of his event. It's the peripheral problems that the city has to experience of those people coming in and out of his event that I've had to deal with, and the costs that we've had to pick up. So I'm anticipating that this will be about $25,000 to do the kinds of strategies that I think is necessary to really keep any of the criminal element off guard. And I would make that recommendation that the costs be absorbed by the promoter, and that maybe we have some contingency as well, that if something happens beyond anyone's control, that the city may not have to absorb those kind of costs. Be happy to answer any questions.
Sir.
Mayor.
Hello, how are you?
Just fine, thank you. It's my turn.
It's your turn.
First of all, I'm Randy Burke with Roadshows Entertainment, and we've had the pleasure to produce, in concert with the City of Palm Springs, American Heat for 3 of the last 4 years. And I'd like to thank Ed Svitak and Miss Mary Jo Ginther and Mr. Aftab Dada for the kind words and support that they expressed. I'd also like to thank the chief and all of his staff for a great job of working in concert with ourselves in producing a safe and sane event in the last 3 or 4 years. I'm here today to answer any questions you might have, but to request a support from the City of Palm Springs in a vision of multiple years, and in a user-friendly, safe venue for production. As most business folks across the United States know, that there's 2 things that make you a successful business: location, 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 and consistency, consistency, consistency. If we could determine a venue, if we could determine dates on a calendar that we could expect in 1, 2, 3, or multiple years, that would be a perfect world for us. We have approached the Hotel Association, and in writing have requested Columbus Day weekend of the first part of October, and have put down dates for the next 5 years. If we could entertain even the possibility of 3 years with 2 years extension, with a caveat that it can be reviewed on a year-by-year basis, we would be thrilled. We have, again, dealt with the Hotel Association and the city manager, Mr. David Reddy, in discussing user-friendly venues for production. And we have 3 locations that we find very favorable, and have those mapped out. So at this time, those are my goals and aspirations, is safe and sane event, user-friendly location, consistency and dates for multiple years.
Okay.
That would conclude my remarks,
Okay,
Mayor.
All right. Council, questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a
Mr.
procedural question, and about, this is a study session item, not a legislative item. So what kind of direction can we, and what kind of action can be taken on this item?
Mr. Mayor, traditionally, Councilmember McCullough, indeed, this is not a legislative and official action will be taken. However, it was sort of a straw poll if the promoter found that he did not seem to have a lot of anti-sentiment towards his event. He felt he had some ability to go forward. So what we've done in the past is informally, if council didn't seem to have any major problem with this, he would take that to proceed, and then the actual resolution to suspend the ordinance would come at a future date, obviously with no guarantees. But in an effort to be business friendly, if you will, we felt we should have this discussion up front. So if council had any serious concerns, they could be suggested at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ponier.
Excuse me. I am a supporter of the weekend, so there's your first a little bit of information. But one of the issues that I think will need to be discussed, especially if we enter into a multiple year contract, is that review process. Maybe this is part of a legal question too. How that review process works with the police department and everybody involved, so that say year 2, year 1 goes fine, year 2 there is an incident, unfortunately. How then, we still may be in a disagreement, the police department may come to us and say, hey, that was enough of an incident, and the promoter may say, oh, that was sort of a minor incident. And so that review process, I think, would be very critical, the elements in it, to determine how we move forward within that contract. So that's one of my concerns. I'm a supporter of the weekend.
Mayor, I believe that with a year-to-year or a multi-year agreement, I would still fall under the Parks and Recreation Department, under the SEP team, the Special Events Production Team, and I would have to fill out a special events application and go through the entire process, just like I'd never been here before, each and every year, and that would be the start of the review process, culminating in approval each year by the City Council. Do I understand that correctly, Mr. City Manager?
If I could add, we don't have any sort of agreement or letter or memorandum of understanding at this point. I guess that would be something I would look for council to give me direction if you would want me to bring that to a subsequent legislative calendar. But again, even in that sort of document, in every contract we have, there's a termination for necessity. So in theory, you would still have that review process every year based on the previous year's activities, and council would always have the ability to continue or cancel that memorandum.
Yes, we have a comment from legal as well.
We could also make the contract renewable at the city's option annually, sort of like we just did with the convention center management agreement. So there's a formal performance review, at which time the council would decide whether they thought it was in the city's best interest to renew again.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. McCullough.
Do we have, it's my understanding that Mr. Burke, as the promoter for this event, is not asking the city for any money, like such as so many other events that we've had recently, that it's self-contained. That's correct. Do we have any idea as to the transient occupancy tax and maybe the sales tax that's generated by this event? And this is also what the proposed dates would be in October, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and we consider that to be a shoulder season, where normally we are looking for events to fill hotels. But do we have any idea what kind of revenues come directly to the city? I'm not talking about the impact for the businesses as a result of this event.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I could ask two people to come to the microphone. Ed Svitek from the Riviera, who is known for knowing numbers from the hotel side as good as anyone. And also Tom Canar, and he can answer the specifics in terms of what he feels are our revenues on TOT.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. From the information that we had last year from that particular weekend, there were approximately 1,800 room nights that were trackable. The TOT, and it's, do you have it still or no? The TOT that was generated, I believe, was in the $30,000 to $40,000 range. And then we figured approximately, I'm not sure how many people, 6,000. And we talk about $70 a day in expenditures, which would be $420,000 and another $4,200 in retail tax. So about $46,000 in direct impact just from those two entities. That does not include rental cars. It does not include, although they're coming in on their bikes or air. And again, that's probably not a situation on these folks. But I believe that would give, and hopefully Tom would concur, the numbers that were set aside after the event last October.
Mr. Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, those are fairly accurate representations of the totals. I think they're probably a little bit on the conservative side because we have some also sales tax or some retail spending from people coming in on day trips that aren't staying in hotels. So the representations, I think, are accurate.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mills.
The event last year, and it was in the downtown, and had some, which is much more complicated venue on Palm Canyon than it would be on Indian or Prairie Schooner, I'd understand. There were some initial problems in the report that came out of Main Street about obtaining from Mr. Burke information up front and in a timely manner to do adjustments. I just want to make sure that there's a timetable set for information, which has been done in the past, and that timetable be met to allow the city to make any adjustments that we feel that we need to make. And I think we need to put some leverage on the timeliness. And Mr. Burke does do a very good event, and he doesn't ask for any dollars from the city, and that is a big plus. But we need to get ready from a city standpoint. We need to be able to answer questions about it and know what's happening. And I'm very confident that Mr. Burke can respond to what those requests are. But a timeline's a timeline, and when SEPTA needs information, they need information. When Mr. Ogburn needs information, he needs information at that time. And so I would like to make sure that Mr. Burke will commit to us that he will meet the timelines, and you will be involved in setting up the timelines. They're not going to, I don't think they'll sting you, but I think it's very important. It's very important because it'll make a better event for everyone. I think that's what the goal here is. So, just a comment. I do agree with Mr. Pugnier's and Mr. McCulloch's comments that we do a performance-based contract, evaluate on a year-to-year basis. It has the potential to be it has the potential to have problems that we don't really want, and I think that is, or wouldn't want to have happen. Certainly don't hope they happen, but with the potential, I think that is the fair way to do it, and I think Mr. Burke has said in the past that he agrees with that. So I'll look forward to this coming back on the agenda, and there are other items we need to deal with this, but basically, I think it's a good event for the city.
Let's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know there was some concerns expressed by the smaller ends, specifically in the tennis club area. So I just want to be sure that we're going to have that same notices and barricades that we had set up last year to keep the bikes from cruising the streets in the tennis club area. I don't remember what it was, whether it was barricades or signs or something that kept a lot of the traffic out of that area. I also am in favor of this. I think that what it does for our larger hotels is a real plus. And I'm not quite as concerned as everybody else because I think it's kind of we're stereotyping bikers and crime. And I think with any event we bring into the city, we take the risk of a dissavory element coming into the city with that group. So I think the chief has it under control, and I would be in favor of this event.
First of all, I would like to commend the chief and the department for an exceptional job last year. My phone started ringing, with all the stories of what was going on up at Palm Canyon, and so I drove up to take a look and just kind of stood on the sidelines and observed, and there was a very strong message, and initially I was a little concerned. But you know your job, and I respect that. And I think the end result shows that you took the right tact, and I appreciate that. This event has come to the community for a number of years, minus the year that we had the little impasse. I think that securing a specific location and then addressing those same concerns, Jenny, that you're talking about in the area that's designated specifically. I'm a little concerned about the end of the report, Chief, that you gave, that there were overruns last year. Okay, was Mr. Burke made aware of those?
I'm told that we did end up building the full 23,000.
So you were billed, and so, because it's important to me to be able to say that the city doesn't incur any expenses from this event. So
I'm real impressed with Tom Canar that he was able to bill him for the entire amount. So. Is it?
He's paid.
It was billed and paid.
He's paid in full. Well, we look forward to this coming back to us at some point with.
A question to council, do I have direction to bring back some sort of agreement or MOU on a lengthier time period as well? Would you like
And
to
with
see
the
that?
specific location, et cetera.
Okay, very good, thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for asking us to come back.
And we will move to our second item, Mrs. America, staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is a request from a hotelier. The Riviera has requested that City Council consider a $25,000 contribution to the event called Mrs. America. And I think for the basic details, I would ask Mr. Svitek of the Riviera to give a report on his request. Thank you.
Once again, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for your time. I'm the gentleman that put those nice little packets in your boxes last week with the tapes of the event and the program, and this letter that is represented here today. Mr. Marmel with Marmel Productions, who is the principal of Mrs. America, was scheduled to be here yesterday, but unfortunately with his travel schedule couldn't make it today, so I am filling in. For those of you who were here in 1995, the Mrs. America pageant was here with the support of the Palm Springs Tourism. That was when the Palm Springs Tourism was a private entity before it went into the LMI SMG situation that currently exists. I do not have the records, and Mr. Marmel did not have the records of exactly what was given at that point in time. I don't know if City does, but what he has requested is a total of $50,000, complimentary sleeping rooms, complimentary meals, and somebody to build their stage for a presentation that will be on national TV, PAX TV, September 7th, 2004, which for your information is the Tuesday after Labor Day. So that would be coming on an evening which is generally dead in the city. It would actually, any rooms that were coming in on the Monday and the Tuesday would be rooms that we wouldn't see in the city. There is a little bit of overlap on Labor Day, which itself is a medium weekend with regard to what the Riviera has experienced in the past. But with all that said, I did put a little detail for you in the letter that you received last week, and with regard to the TOT and the retail taxes. And in its most basic sense, this is a break even for the city. There's about $25,000 in city revenues just with the retail tax and the paid rooms that were documented in Hawaii last year. Again, as a historical aspect, the program was here in '95, moved to the Las Vegas Hilton for 2 years, and then on to the Hilton Hawaiian Village for the last 6 years. They are looking at the possibility of going back to Hawaii, and although Mr. Marmel has said if we do get a favorable reply from the council with regard to this support, that he would rather bring it here because of the long travel to Hawaii, what they've experienced over the last 6 years, and he actually feels that this paid room nights will increase because of the difficulty of people getting over to Hawaii and the expenses incurred. The program itself is a 2-week program. The Riviera has offered $25,000 in upfront cash, no rebate. I'm taking a chance because I believe in this event. It is more or less a break-even event for the Riviera as well, as with the complimentary rooms and the cash and the food that we're outlaying. That equals about $125,000 to $130,000 in retail to us. I think it's a great event for the city. It is a live TV broadcast. It will be broadcast 2 hours in 2 different times on PAX TV. And if you look at the third page, Mr. Marmel had put together some information on what has changed since 1995 and the proposed advertising plus to this event. We don't have a dollar value on that impressions-wise like was presented to you with Ms. Teen last week. We're assuming that it's in the mid $1.2, $3, $4 million range, but I didn't have the opportunity to be able to get the impressions and all those dollars to you. Again, it is a break even for the city. It's money you won't have if you don't vote for the event to come here. It's not money that we'll get anyway. So I'm hoping that that you may support it, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Appreciate your time.
Mr. Mills.
Ed, you kind of hit on a little bit of what my question is certainly. I know we had it in '95, and we're looking at it again now. My question is the potential of future years. Is this are we looking at potential of a longer term agreement than just 1 year?
That's a great question. He had actually requested that I come to the city council for a 2-year deal, but he felt that the sponsorships would need to increase, and realizing the deficits that the city is facing in 2004 and 2005, I wanted to try to just get us in the ball game and then see if we can get other sponsors within the city, which I believe is definitely a possibility. But long range, they were in Hawaii for 6 years, is definitely a possibility. He had requested that I come to you for 2 years, but again, I felt it was in the best interest to come for 1 year because I didn't know exactly what he would need for the second year. And I thought if we could get the event going, and almost in the same situation as you're talking about with Randy Burke, 30 days after, perhaps we could have a recap on how it affected, and we'd be working on sponsorships all the year and minimize expenses for the city, make it a revenue generator for yourselves, and keep it here. That would be my goal.
And I see it as an event also that it's to the city's advantage to nurture a little bit, in that the first year, as in any event, is you hope it's a break even, right. and then after that it would just build on itself. And I see this as that type of an event, and if there's potential to increase the possibility of bringing it back in the future, I think we should explore that. And perhaps if there's a way of determining up front what the potential costs would be for that second year, then we could maybe look at a 2-year agreement.
If I could just refer to what Hawaii has offered in the past, just so you know, and it's not an apples-to-apples situation because they do have to pay for transportation over there. But Hawaii in the past has given them $100,000 plus the food, the rooms, and the things that the Riviera is also giving. I don't believe it would go up that high. And again, I'd never asked the exact question on where you needed to go because I felt that once the event was here, that we would have the opportunity to go out to different businesses who would see. I don't know if any of you had the opportunity to look at that tape, but it was a well done tape, and there's a lot of commercial possibilities for local businesses, a lot of sponsorship opportunities as well. So again, mine was to get the hook in and hopefully bring him here and keep him here as Hawaii has done for the last 6 years. I will attempt to find out that information, but again, that was the method of my madness at present.
Great. And so I'm putting down for the second year, 25 for the city, 75 for the Riviera.
In-kind services.
Ms. Foe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where is the event going to be held?
Actually, he has requested to have it poolside at the Riviera, so we have to build a stage. If you did look at the tape, extensive staging. Our engineering department is up for the challenge. In '95, we did not build this stage. He had brought it in. There is a tie-in. If you look at some of this information with the Statue of Liberty, and the Mrs. America is going to be tied into the Statue of Liberty, which is going to reopen this year. They want us to make the staging with the Statue of Liberty in the background. We have a little bit of a capacity problem. We can only host about 1,000 people at the pool. We did 720 the last time. He was up to 1,200 in Hawaii. But what he stated to me was, with that backdrop of the mountains, that's what we want. They did it in September. It was hot. The women came out in their costumes, and but it showed very well. I didn't give you the tape from 1995 because I thought it would be best that you saw what they've done recently. But if you would like to review that tape as well, I do have it from Palm Springs, but poolside at the Riviera. I had thought about the Follies, I had thought about the convention center, but he wants to get the backdrop of the mountains in true Palm Springs.
The mountains with the Statue of Liberty. That'll be an interesting backdrop. The other question I had is, I know on the other event, Miss Teen, we were committing $25,000 to an event coordinator. And I was very concerned about how that was structured. And I'm wondering here is who is going to be the liaison from the city to coordinate this event, because I think it was quite clear that we were not wanting to take up tourism's time with having to coordinate these events. And so
with the fact that the Riviera does this on a consistent basis, we have a convention services department that handled this along with Mr. Marmel's staff in 1995. We don't see Palm Springs Tourism getting involved besides the PR aspect of the event itself. We feel that we can handle it ourselves. Again, that's what we do for a living. So there is no caveat to that outside entity with that particular event. Again, Mr. Marmel's familiar with Palm Springs. He did it in 1995. So really there is no need for that situation. I wasn't involved in Miss Teen, and I don't know all the intricacies of what they do. But in this particular situation, that is not needed.
So the only role that tourism will have in this will be some PR kind of role.
We would welcome them in any way, but we would rather have them just do their what their normal job duties would be and accentuate our public relations possibilities from the event itself. We don't want to take up their time because we know that time is valuable.
Thank you.
Mr. McCullough.
Mr. Mayor, I'm particularly pleased that we are starting to see, when these events are brought to us, the costs and the returns as we had requested. I think it's very important. I think it's also going to be equally important that we follow up after the event, as you mentioned, to see if our Obviously, we're making projections based on assumptions, and if our assumptions are not valid, then we need to tweak that system a little bit. But I certainly appreciate, I was at a meeting the other day where I was presenting with a list of different things that might want to come to the city, and every one of them had a cost-benefit analysis attached to it. So we are making some progress, I believe, on that, and I hope that the hotel and hospitality industry will cooperate with you to facilitate the impact. Because I've heard in the past that it's almost impossible because we send these requests to the hotels and they don't fill them out, and we don't get them back, and we call them, so we don't really know what the impact was. Well, I would really like to stress that when the city puts money out to facilitate this industry and these type of events, that everyone cooperate to the largest extent possible, and that we have a system that is the best it can be, and that we continue to monitor that and tweak it to make it even better. Thank you.
Mr. Poirier.
My request actually is really to you, David, that I need to see a chart of all these events and how much is being requested from the city, how much of that is new money versus amounts that came from the budget in the Bureau of Tourism the year before. Because, I agree with Mike, we're seeing a lot of events. They're coming to us and all very worthwhile, but I still need a better understanding of where this money is coming from, how much of it is new money really versus last year. And so if we can create, because we've also got, a request from January 28th that is coming out there, but a listing of these events and where, how much is new and how much was in the Bureau of Tourism budget last year. So I get a better understanding when these come before us. Hey, I know where the money's coming from, and then we'll have the report afterward to make sure that it was worth it. So I'm asking for develop some sort of reports that I can see.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Reddy.
If I could address that, Councilman, you raised a good point, and as with the previous council, seated council, they were looking for a special events policy, and we're prepared to roll that out. And I would suggest two things. In the discussions we had on the tourism budget a couple weeks ago, as we move into the budget process, those expenses are all going to be laid out as a proposal. Separate of that will be these other requests, such as what you're seeing here, and there's multiple other ones out there that are outside of the tourism budget. What we would like to do is part of the budget process every year, in addition to tourism's budget, we will outline in a grid, the chart, all the other requests that we know are out there, so you can deal with them all at once at budget time, with the idea of minimizing this, having to come back to council, every time something else comes up. Certainly council has the flexibility to consider other options, but we'll try to get everything up front at budget time. And the special events policy will deal obviously with the special events in Michelle Cerrone and the Parks and Recreation component that we have, and then obviously whatever role tourism is going to play, that will be spelled out, but the budget components will be separate, and hopefully they'll be addressed at budget time once a year.
Mr. Sweetek.
I didn't want to confuse the issue. I'm the one that put that January 28th letter out there. And actually what I was doing in that situation was just letting you know the requests that had been made in the past with the Easter Bowl, the potential of senior softball, which I'm not even sure the gentleman wants to consider in the future right now. I was just trying to put it in the template that hopefully you could understand. So that was the reason.
Yeah,
for that.
and actually that was very good to get that memo. It helps us with our projections that we've all been asking about. So no, I appreciate it.
Well, I'd just like to say that it appears that we are becoming the city of pageants. People want to be here to hold their pageants, and that's a very good thing for us. And just want to see how we can somehow get those few remaining that are not here yet. Certainly there's some good questions that have come forward, and Mr. Reddy, you have that information, and when that information is prepared, we look forward to seeing it. So I don't know if you need any other specific direction for this.
What I'll do, Mayor, is I need to bring to council and appropriations. This would come from fund balance. We'll do it at the next legislative meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Then we will thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to give the straw poll kind of thing? Do we need to give direction or?
I
or-
think he has.
Well, actually, I've heard the direction, and then council will take the official vote at the legislative committee. So in essence, you could vote no then, but I sense that there will be support.
Okay. I'm a straw.
Ah, we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. Okay, then we will move to.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take a brief break and then we'll return for our next item, Andreas Hill Street dedication, and then signage on taxi cabs. our next item. We'll call the meeting back to order and move to our next item, which is Andreas Hill Street dedication. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This is an issue that has appeared before us in a previous study session. The issue is the Andreas Hills Homeowners Association has requested that their private street be dedicated into the city. One of the reasons for that is it almost appears to be a city street. It certainly has a lot of flow traffic. It's not gated, so it's not in the traditional sense of a homeowners or a gated community, typical kind of street. That being said, there were some issues that council had. Council asked us at the previous study session to get additional information. We have done that. There's issues in terms of the street, the condition of the street, the structure of the street, planning issues, and even safety issues about fire trucks. And just to give council that information that we have gathered, I would ask David Barakian, our city engineer, to come to the table. Also, Chief Freed, our fire chief, and Doug Evans, the director of planning. After they give their brief presentation, I believe there are members of the Andreas Hills Homeowners Association here who are here to answer any questions that you may have. And I would like to start with David Barakian, our city engineer. Thank you.
Good morning, David.
Thank you. Good morning. This development is located, if you don't know, it's located at the far south end of Boger Trail. The condominiums map was recorded in the late 70s, I think 1977, with that portion of the road, as Mr. Reddy stated, as a private roadway. The issues that were brought forth previously, the questions have been answered for the most part by studies done and financed by the Homeowners Association. Specifically, the structural integrity and section of the street is equal to that of any public street. The width of the right-of-way is not the width of a right-of-way of a public street, but the paved section is essentially the same. And there were some traffic-related issues that staff recommended be done, specifically due to the fact of one of the intersections having a very serious sight distance problem. So, in essence, taking this into the city street system would cost maintenance dollars, estimated probably around $2,000 per year. To maintain a street. It's about an additional 2,000 feet of public street that currently is not maintained by the city. In addition, there's an unknown amount of liability that the city would incur taking an additional street in there into its system. So, I guess from a purely dollars and cents standpoint, it's impossible to estimate what that liability would or could be, but it is recognized by staff that there is an issue at that one intersection. The rest of the street meets the structural requirements of any other street in the city. As with the private street developed with the development, there were benefits to making a private street, specifically with regard to setbacks and the like. And if council wishes, Doug Evans could probably answer those detailed questions. That's a brief thumbnail sketch of the item, and perhaps Chief Freet could answer the emergency questions.
Thank you, Chief Freet.
Yes, sir. Mayor, City Council, we reviewed the street from the standpoint of fire vehicle access. So the street is, as the city engineer indicated, is pretty much standard. We would probably suggest red curbing or restricting parking on some sections of the street on the desert side of the street to assure that vehicles are not restricting our flow through there for access purposes. Other than that, we have no concerns. We did also look at the fire hydrant access on that street, and it's adequate.
Okay, I'm not sure if Mr. Evans would have any input on the street dedication for, we've heard from engineering and from fire.
Yes, Doug, if you could note the zoning text amendment, I believe you said would be required.
Yeah, if the council does take these streets over as a public street, there are a couple of condominiums that would have substandard setbacks. We do not want to create a non-conforming condition. In the unlikely event there would be a fire or an earthquake and the buildings fell down, technically they should not be able to be rebuilt. And what we would do is work with those property owners to process a variance. If the council would like it, we'd do a city-initiated variance, so it's part of the whole package, to basically grant a variance to those properties so that they would not be non-conforming. Fairly simple, straightforward procedure that if the council takes the streets back as public, we would go ahead and start that process so that there would not be a time lag.
And Mr. Mayor, with that, I would just like to note that this request does come from the Homeowners Association. The issue I wanted to bring to the council attention is A, if there's any additional cost, and B, any additional liability. Thank you.
What is the width of the street? Is it 2 lanes or 4 lanes?
It's 2 lanes. It's 36, 37 feet, something.
Okay, council, are there any questions on the report? I'm going to ask the spokesperson from the Homeowners Association, but if you have questions now, then I'll hold that. Okay, if you please come forward, Melanie. Good afternoon. If you please give your names to the clerk.
Mr. Mayor, and members of the City Council. Good morning. Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, my name is Melanie Girk, and I am the treasurer of Phase 5 of Andreas Hills Homeowners Association, which is on Boger Trail.
And I'm Rosalie Kreitzer. I'm vice president of Phase 4, which is just beneath Phase 5 on Boger Trail.
And we just want to give you an opportunity to make any comments concerning the request or your reason for the request.
Thank you. We have a request, and that is that our street is enjoyed by the public, and because it's not a gated-off community, we do have signs posted which read, private street, proceed at your own risk, and we do have the public, the people who like to come here, who live here, who want to go up and view the beautiful sites that we have up there, and we, up to this date, have allowed that egress to occur. We have been working towards the goal of having the city own the street. As a result of all of the interest and all of the development that's going on at the bottom of Boger Trail and Andreas Hills, we know that this will be an increased liability for the city. We're fully aware of that. We have the liability right now ourselves. And short of closing off that street to the public access, which we would like not to do, we are here today requesting that the city, as we are, I think something like 90 constituents up there, would like the city to consider taking the dedication of this street as ownership.
Ditto.
Oh, I like you.
Short and sweet. I think she said it very well. We have a lot of traffic there that's increased noticeably over the last few years, and we feel that we need help.
Okay, council, are there any questions?
Mr. Mayor, just quick. So are there hiking trails back in there that people park their cars and then?
Yes, there are, Mr. Prunier. There is, at the top of the hill, there's one particular trail that goes back to where there are 2 water towers, and it's a very, very popular trail. And I'm not sure whether it intersects with the other trails, i.e. Garston or Henderson or any of our other trails that are off of Boger Trail. I think it may at some point. But yes, it is enjoyed by the public, and there are parkers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, where do, if the street is opened and now would be used by people who disregard the signs that it's a private street, and the people who have been to this point taking into account that it was a private street, so not using it, and going up to the hiking trails, where would the parking, because I just heard the fire chief say that there would be a parking issue and red zoning some of it.
Well, that red zone, I believe, if I'm not correct, Chief, I believe the red zone would be at the bottom of where Redford and Bogart Trail intersect, is the actual area that it's very narrow and there's quite a quick turn there. And I believe that the red zone, or the red curbage, thank you, would be at the base of it, not at the top.
That's right.
Ditto. Thank you. It wouldn't pertain to the top of the hill where the parking and partying goes on. And I have to tell you that we do have that element, and I'm sure that our police chief knows about that we have had to make several phone calls over the years on that behalf, because people, I guess it's a favorite area for people to park and neck and, hang out and party, and they like to come and crash our pool and etc. There isn't a lot of streets lightage up there, so it's quite popular.
Are there any other questions for the homeowners? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I must say that this is an honor that we have finally come to this point in the dedication of Bogart. Thank you very much for listening with us.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Bracken, I know you've mentioned the problem with that one particular intersection, the higher intersection there. What's the remedy, or if any? And I've been up there and seen it, and I know it's a visibility issue. And is there a remedy if we assume this responsibility, or are we looking at a liability, more of a liability?
Well, in my opinion, there's going to be more of a liability. The remedy that we were recommending is a red curb up there so that you can't park through that intersection of Andreas Hills where the currently private road comes into it, as well as three-way stop signs so that everybody has to stop. Currently, you don't have to stop and you cannot see around the corner. Does that get rid of all the liability that the city would incur? No. It helps, in my opinion. It's about as much as I can foresee us doing without reconstructing the whole thing, which is impractical and, at this point, impossible.
David, in addition, how about what would be the anticipated cost to the city in taking back this, not from a liability standpoint, but strictly from a maintenance standpoint?
I estimate it's about $2,000 a year to maintain that street. And that takes into account paving and sweeping and curbs and gutter repair and that sort of thing. It's about 2,000 feet of street. And as council knows, we have a difficult time maintaining the mileage of streets we currently have. Mm-hmm. But this is a small percentage, obviously, but it still is an increase.
And that issue alone is the biggest issue I have. Is is how do we deal with the cost increase? Be as it may, it's certainly not a major dollar, but it's $2,000 more that we're not spending now per year. Again, I'm not concerned about the liability issue as much as I am about maintenance, and I'm assuming that the HOA currently has a dollar in there for the maintenance of that figure, or for the maintenance of that street. And I don't know, David, if you want to answer that or not, but is the maintenance of that street portion that we're talking about specifically the responsibility of Phase 4, or is it the total HOA? Or is it, Melanie might know that. So.
Melanie might know it. It appears to be split among 2 phases, at least along the lines of the map.
Okay.
Hey, I was right.
So that's the concern I have, and the issue I have. If there's any potential for remedying that issue, that makes it real simple for me. So
do you have a specific recommendation?
Well, I don't know if there's a means to doing an assessment district for such a little amount, or I just don't know. I mean, if there's Dave, you may have some knowledge as to a vehicle to maybe recovering those costs from the HOAs.
It's such a small amount that an assessment district and all you have to go through to form it would be cost prohibitive.
Yeah, it's a little out of the. I thought the number would probably be higher than the 2,000, but you're averaging that out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, over a period of time.
Well, what's the homeowners association going to do with all that money that's left over then?
We will help to improve upon our area.
Good answer.
Good answer.
She's right. Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
I
Punya.
do have a question. Do we receive several of these requests? Is this unique?
We receive requests a lot for streets that were developed as private streets to be taken into the street system. Generally, they are not as closely resembling a public street as this one is. And generally we ask the same thing, to show the integrity of the street system, how traffic is going to use it, what's the benefit to the public using it. And generally they don't connect to public streets like this one does. And recently I don't recall any coming to council.
Okay.
Ms. Folk.
Yes. What is the condition of the street now? I mean, how old is the street, and when do you anticipate that we would have to do like a slurry or anything like that on the street?
Well, it's not in too bad condition. It's I'm not privy as to when they last did anything to the street, but I bet Melanie is. But it's by visibly looking at it and by the cores that were taken by the geotechnical company, it was designed and built to current city street standards, and it looks fairly good, which means a slurry seal every 5 to 6 years would keep it looking like that, and that costs.
So that was my concern. It's not a cheap street, so we're.
No, it's not, and it's been about 4 years since it had some.
But it
maintenance.
wasn't built so that it's going to deteriorate quicker, so it's built according to our standards.
Yes, then we were pleased to find that out.
David, so that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
David, that means then that fully curb and gutter, the improvements we're talking about doing to it are the 3-way stop and the red curbing? Is that basically?
Yes, in addition to the red curbing that Chief Freed alluded to.
Up at the intersection too?
Yeah, we're talking about doing it up at the top there.
Okay. Thank you.
In terms of traffic, there isn't a lot of speeding or anything at this time, so you think that the 3-way stop will definitely lessen the liability at that intersection?
Yes.
Okay.
If people stop.
If people stop.
Come up to the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question to Mr. Barakian, and I'd like to know where the 3rd Street would come in to that 3-way stop, because it's actually the intersection of Bogart Trail and Andreas Hills Drive. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The third street is just the stub of the street that goes up to the water tower.
Okay, thank you.
And it's partially a city street as well, existing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
When was the last time a slurry seal was done? Did you say 4 years?
Yeah, approximately
And we have
4
to do it
years.
every 5 years?
Recommended every 5 to 6 years that slurry seal be done.
Is there any opportunity for the association, since they're going to get to give this up possibly, to maybe do the slurry seal and contribute to the cost of the stop sign and the red painting of the curb, so we get a street that's sort of in pristine condition as opposed to one that is almost ready to have some work done on it?
Our phase,
Okay, I'll have to ask you to return. Yeah, in spite of the fact
this
that we
one still
gave a
live?
different directive earlier.
our phase was slurried about 4 years ago, and that's why you see a difference between the core numbers. If you saw them, ours had a thicker thing on it, but actually, at the risk of insulting someone here, I think our street, and I think David has said this pretty well, is in better shape than a lot of the other public streets. Much better shape, because it doesn't have quite the traffic that a lot of them have to bear. But I think yours, I don't know when your phase last did slurry, but
I'm not sure, but I understand that in the engineering report, it said that as usual, the shrinkage and the condition of the street in total, because engineering had dictated where they wanted these corings to transpire, and it was found that they are within the range of what is to be normal and not subnormal at this time. So for us to put another slurry coat on and give it to the city as a pristine street would be almost putting diamonds on top of silver and on top of gold, because the condition of the street is in good condition as we speak.
So it'd be a few years out, you think, before we...
Mr. Bracken? Oh, so that's a no to my question?
Well, and also
it's kind of a
addressing the red
long-winded
curb
no.
issues. Yes, we can buy a paint of red, a can of red paint.
But there hasn't been, the associations are not interested in putting any money in the street before we were to take it over.
Well, we did the investigative
We
work.
already did that.
We did the investigative coring, engineering report, yes.
And Mr. Bracken, in your estimation, looking at the slurry seal scheduling, when do you anticipate? Is it a year, 3 years, next month, when that should be done?
Well, so council understands the recommendations for slurry sealing and the city's ability to keep up with slurry sealing are two different topics. We used to have $500,000 per year in a slurry seal budget. We now have $200,000. We cannot do all the streets in the city every 5 years. We can do them about every 9. So the answer to your question, we wouldn't get to this in 2 years, when it should be done by standards, asphalt street standards.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Rouse.
David, when we have taken these streets back before, and I know this one is a little bit different than others, have there been requests for future maintenance or upgrades or anything by engineering department, city council in taking these back? I mean, is what we're talking about here unusual, or is it pretty much what we've done in the past?
Well, there haven't been a lot of these in the past, and I wouldn't say that's an unusual request. But I'm not aware that it has occurred.
And I would say, I mean, if we looked at doing this, if there's a street in town that makes sense for it to be a public street, this is definitely one. I mean, there's no way to gate it to what city standards are. There's no at either end, And tell you the truth, until I heard from Melanie, I just assumed it was a city street. And but the potential, what I don't want us to do is to just be willing to go along and pick up streets and have people come back and say, well, you know, you did it here, you can have our street too. But I would say, and I don't see the point in putting diamonds over silver, if I may use your quote, but perhaps a better method would be to determine an allowance for perhaps the first slurry based on the city's rate, which is a good rate because we do a lot of it. Now David's getting us 75 cents back per ton or whatever it is on that grant. But perhaps that becomes a one-time contribution by the HOA, and I think that certainly satisfies the thing I'm looking after. And then after that, and it would just be a dollar to put into the slurry seal fund, and handle it that way. It would be simple enough to me, and I think I could support that in the future.
I only have one question. Since Phase 4 has re-slurried quite a bit.
Later.
Yeah, later. Are we on? Because Phase 4 did proceed with a slurry, I would be uncomfortable. I know I can speak probably for the board, although we're meeting Monday, that they would not want to contribute at this point. We just did it.
In addition, there will be variance fees which... Additionally, there will be variance fees, as Mr. Evans indicated, that we will have to file with the city, which I understand will be somewhere around $1,000 that both phases have agreed to share the expense of.
And that's what the filing,
Yes. Yes, that is.
Mr. Reyes.
I thought I understood Mr. Evans to say that the city would initiate that variance, which means I don't think there would be a filing fee. Did I understand you correctly, Mr. Evans?
If it were the council's pleasure, we would probably do that.
Mm-hmm. So you can take that, and you can, so.
Thank you.
I think, and I would support the city handling that variance if we take the street back. I think that's what we should do. And so if you could work out between your phases, you know, what you think is fair, and come back to us when we're ready to go on this, which could be soon.
So am I hearing the council say then that they want some contribution from the HOA in this process?
I think, because if, in listening to Chris, I agree, because growing city, there may be more private roads in the future. So if we are setting this precedent of having some money go into a fund, I think probably is a good thing. I could support that.
Also, I think it would be important that if part of one association has slurry sealed more recently than the other and the road's in better shape, then the type of amortization that Mr. Mills was speaking about would be a lower charge, because that would have to be resealed as soon as the other portion. So sort of an amortization of the cost and come up with some figure. There wouldn't necessarily be uniform throughout.
Correct, and in the core sampling, it indicated that there was a 1/2 inch thickness which existed in one of the corings, and I'm assuming that's Phase 4, that slurried sooner, or I'm sorry, later than we did.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think the thing to do is to turn it back to the HOAs, let them figure it out internally, however you want to handle it, and just and do it that way. If you feel you need to prorate, then fine. If not, then however you want to do it. But I think I'm not really looking at physically doing the work. I'm just looking at putting it in the fund for future. So essentially, we could say that in taking this street back, that the HOAs contributed to the first slurry seal whenever that slurry seal happens, and it doesn't look like we're gifting, I guess, is probably the right word, And Mr. Bracken can probably give you a pretty good idea what that number is, and maybe it's not the full number, maybe it's a portion, but come back to us, I think, working with Mr. Bracken with something that you are comfortable with.
Are you talking about just a dollar amount, a monetary value that as to what Mr. Bracken could foresee would go into that fund?
One-time deal.
All right. If we were to be apprised of that amount, then we would be able to go back to our homeowners, to our boards, and vote upon it. Thank you.
Okay, well, it appears that...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have one final question. Could we expect a request on something that we don't know at the moment? For example, traffic calming, speeding, a lowering of the speed limit. Are any of those requests foreseen at this time?
I would say signage such as slow as you're going around certain curves that are substandard in width. All the things that we had thought about putting up there, caution, even before the stop sign, the three-way stop sign would go up, something like stop ahead, just any kind of signage which would make the public aware of the fact that there is a calming that is requested and required. I know that after the stop sign was put up at the bottom of Bogert Trail, that there were police there that did monitor and ticket people when they were not making the stops. And I would hope that influence could exist within our police force, at least on a one-time event, or just so that people are aware that if they do not make that stop, that there will be citations issued.
And I raise the issue, the signage is separate. I don't foresee that as being a problem, but I would just like the residents to know that the speed limit will be set by specific rules, both state and local, that you may say, well, you don't want that, but that will be set. And also, I don't know if then you would want a restriction of cars on there or traffic calming measures, because I would just like to hear from you if those requests are coming.
Are you talking about Bogert Trail or Andreas?
The whole.
Because Bogert Trail, we personally installed a lot of signage to slow people
Well, no,
down.
I'm not talking about signage. I'm
He's
talking
talking
about
traffic calming.
traffic calming, like you want bumps and humps.
We discussed all of this.
And you want the speed limit, because I don't just say, well, the speed limit's too high, you have to lower it now. Because I don't.
Because there's a caution involved.
Well, David, you can talk to what the speed limit will be. And I just want you to know what the speed limit will be on that road.
Slower the better.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It may not be as slow as you want it to be. I
Right.
just want you to be
No, no,
aware
no.
of what those
It would be
requirements
20.
are.
I hear you. Thank you.
25 miles an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments? Okay, I think that we have some direction before this comes back to us, that the Homeowners Association will receive some information, or will be in touch with our engineering department, and it'll get something back to us before it comes to us for a vote. Thank you very much.
again. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ditto. Yes. Mr. Reddy?
Yes, the next item on the agenda, members of council, is the signage on taxi cabs. This issue has been before us in the past, and it comes again for some additional information that we have gathered and would like to give you a staff report. Mr. Evans is going to summarize the report that he's given prior, and the new information that I would just like to share with you is we have introduced into CVAG, the regional body, this issue, letting them know that the Palm Springs City Council is going to, or is considering addressing the issue, and since it has effect, obviously down valley, since taxi cabs go throughout the valley, we wanted to know if they wanted to have some sort of input. A good example of that is the model massage ordinance that CVAG did last year, because that affected all the cities. What the Technical Advisory Committee of CVAG is sending to the executive committee, which meets this coming week, is that they send the whole issue to Sunline and ask them to develop, with the assistance of the cities, a draft uniform ordinance which regulates advertising on taxi cabs. Again, that's what will be for a vote at CVAG, and with that, I would ask Doug Evans to brief you on the report that he gave at the last study session.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, what we handed out to you is the report that was provided to Council on September 19th of last year. It's a very simple report, and what we wanted the Council to do at that meeting was review the current policy of the city and determine whether or not the Council was inclined to direct staff to modify the existing policies. Very simply, the current sign ordinance regulates signs on vehicles. It does prohibit display of commercial or non-commercial advertising matter, with certain exceptions. Taxi cabs are not accepted. Those exceptions are political campaign signs, identification of the business which owns the vehicle, incidental display of non-commercial material, transportation signs within the city, and vehicles on construction sites. The transportation of signs within the city is when you deliver a sign for installation. So as you transport a sign through the city, it's legal. As you can see by looking at this, the city was very refined in how it addressed this from the standpoint of signage within the community. We do use this ordinance provision to keep rolling billboards out of the city. I think you've seen them in other communities, and occasionally when we have events in Palm Springs, we'll have the rolling billboard show up and, cycle downtown until code enforcement or the police department enforces this ordinance and asks them to leave town. So there's other types of signage or commercial signage on vehicles other than just taxi cabs that we do look at. The existing ordinance has a couple of provisions on the next page of the document. I just one highlighted with the parallel lines in the margins, the section of the ordinance that we're discussing. And then if we were to keep the ordinance the way it is, the issue of removing the references to declared to be a nuisance, the city attorney and planning staff would recommend that those be taken out. That's only if the council's pleasure is to enforce the ordinance the way it is. That language is not necessary. Insofar as taxi cab signage, the Planning Commission had a study session on this item. The taxi industry made a presentation. The Planning Commission debated that and gave staff no direction to change the ordinance. There was a good debate. Some people interpreted some of the commissioners' comments differently. But at the end of that meeting, the Planning Commission did not direct the staff to take any action regarding the ordinance. After that, staff at that point took no action. We don't initiate zoning ordinance changes unless we get direction from either the city manager, the city planning commission, or the city council. On September 19th, the city council had a study session. At that time, there was a good debate. There was no direction given. There was no consensus on the part of the council. We had individual council members express their opinion, but as I recall, it was pretty even. And at that point, we came away from that meeting with no direction from the council. Obviously, the taxi industry has asked that this be back on the council agenda for your consideration. The city manager has indicated at a regional level what may occur. Obviously at the local level, the city council has a range of options. You could take no action at all, and you could ask us or direct us to go back in and amend the code to take the nuisance references out, and that basically would be a no change in the program. The city attorney's office and staff would recommend that if you make no changes, we go ahead and make those changes just from a clarity standpoint. You could amend the ordinance and direct us to work on some type of franchise agreement. That may be something that's more along the lines of the CVAG Sunline proposal. You could ask the city staff to amend the ordinance just per the association request, make them legal in Palm Springs, and make it, a very simple ordinance amendment where we came in and took a look at their proposal, crafted an ordinance that fit the criteria of the proposal, and then take that through the approval process. I think this is the first time I've had a chance to maybe talk about ordinance amendments in front of the new city council. Ordinance amendments can be initiated a number of ways. One, the Planning Commission can initiate an ordinance amendment, and that's the process that we went through here, and the commission said, by not having consensus, they said no, and that's why we stopped, because the staff typically doesn't take citizen request or business request items. When the commission says no at a study session, we report that to the city council, and then if the city council wants to pick it up through the weekly report update or a separate memo, council members could direct the city manager to schedule the item for the city council review. The ordinance does allow for the city council to initiate ordinance amendments. You have to do that by resolution, and essentially you adopt a resolution that says the council's intent is to amend the ordinance. You list what you would like to have done. You adopt that resolution, and I take that resolution back to the Planning Commission for the development of an ordinance. Zoning text amendments have to go through the Planning Commission. That's the way our ordinance is, and that's the way most communities operate. The Planning Commission has to hold public hearings. We give public notice. The Commission makes a recommendation on the ordinance to the City Council. The City Council then, at its public hearing, has the ability to approve, disapprove, or modify the recommendation of the Planning Commission. If you choose to modify the recommendation, our ordinance requires you to refer your modifications back to the Planning Commission as a non-public hearing item for their review and a report back to the council. Once you have the report back from the Planning Commission, the council can do its pleasure relative to adopting the ordinance or amending the ordinance that the Planning Commission has recommended to you. That is an overview of our current policy, and we certainly try to answer any questions and then assist the council in furthering your desires.
I would also note, members of council, that the members from the Taxi Association are in the audience to answer any questions you may have.
Why don't we invite them up, and if they have any additional information that wasn't given in your report. If you don't have any additional information, then you don't have to come.
Thank you.
Basically, one of the things that we would like to propose on this is the definition on the ordinances for the size of the signage to be allowed. And that's on page 3 of the proposal that we just gave you. What we're afraid of is that this is going to go to CVAG or where else, and someone's going to sit down and make a decision saying, well, the signs can't be more than this, and this size, when there are industry standards on the sizes of these signs. And basically on page 3, we basically write out what the industry standards are. And we would hope that if this is passed, that the ordinances would go along these lines.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ron.
Thanks for hearing us out. We appreciate it. I promise I won't read. I've been listening this morning to all issues of pageants asking for money, of deficits and budgets. And I told Mike I very much enjoyed his concern and think it's a great direction about the economic benefit of issues. I would like to remind the council the economic benefit of this is so crucially needed for A, the taxi industry, but B, the economic benefit comes to the city free of charge. The taxi cabs go out of town on a daily basis, so any of the businesses that would be advertised would be brought out to Los Angeles when we pick up, or Ontario Airport, or what have you, and that's going to benefit the city. Also, I was listening regarding the Bikers Weekend. It's interesting. There's no pollution generated on this. There's no noise issues generated on this. I know we've talked about the issue in previous meetings about visual clutter and design issues. However, we're talking about a 52-inch, basically, by 15-inch sign. It's not a 50-foot monument sign. The other thing that's important for 58, thank you, sir. The other issue is that we're becoming more and more cognizant of safety, and the taxi advertising toppers help us provide some safety issues and devices so badly needed in our industry. I won't repeat, you already know we've had some crime issues to deal with. Our expectation in this industry is that with growing populace, crime issues are going to be becoming more of an issue. What we need is help. And on the taxi signage, if you haven't seen it, there's an area, if we choose to get that model, that can provide a panic button, a panic light. Chief has worked with us in researching what's available, as a matter of fact. And there are programs that are developed in other areas specifically using these toppers to help deter crime. The other issue is that there's less collisions statistically with taxi toppers. And I personally have experienced 2 accidents where people hit me in the last 15 months, last 8 months, frankly, that could have been avoided possibly with the visibility issue being on there. Maybe if those taxi toppers had been there, I would not be suffering a $17,000 loss of income that I haven't been compensated for yet. It's an issue. But the other thing is, I think it's important we're not asking you for free money. We're asking you for the right to diversify our business and create revenue. Times are tough. We won't harp on that point. We want to do something proactive about it. We still have to go out and work to create that advertising business. We have to get the advertisers and manage it. We're not asking you for money out of the air. I know it sounds like big numbers. Every day our industry doesn't advertise, we lose $84,000. That was our estimate based on the revenues that we were proposed with other companies and what we sat down and did research on and realized. But we have to work for this. We're not asking you for a free handout. We need to work to do that. We just want the right to go out and expand our businesses. But it will benefit Palm Springs and the economy.
I've got one. Just
Okay, on that, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that you're the new chair on the taxi committee over at Sunline. And then basically the only reason I'm bringing this up is that I'm very, very concerned that there has been misinformation given to you at Sunline. In this document here, we use Sunline's own information showing what the taxi industry is supposed to be doing. We are at odds with the regulatory agency over there, and this is all connected together because it's destroying the taxi industry. We need advertising for our taxis. We need a cap. We need medallions, a limit for the number of taxis in the area. And we need a separation of Sunline Transit from the regulatory agency. I know you don't think that this has got anything to do with this, but they're all connected. We have been fighting this fight for a year. All our information is based on information that we received through the Freedom of Information Act and an investigator we hired out of Los Angeles. Plus the number one, probably the best knowledgeable man in California on taxi issues, Mr. Steve Diaz, who is in Washington, D.C. Everything that they are doing at Sunline could be challenged in court. And that's, and all I'm trying to do is say this. We've gone to Sunline. We've battered our heads against the doors. We've been doing this for a year, Nobody wants to listen why we pay twice what we should be paying in regulatory fees compared to other cities. They put their taxi regulation, they modeled it after San Diego. San Diego pays $371 a year in regulatory fees. We pay $750. Something's just not right here, and it's because our industry never had a voice. We were never represented before by anyone. It was 20 moms and pops, or maybe, you know, with one or two big companies in there in the past. And I know there's a lot of bad blood under the bridge with the news media and the taxi industry over the years. All we're saying is, let's bury the hatchet, let's work together, and instead of, you know, we keep going from one place to another. Well, we can't help you, but we can send you there. And then we get there, and they said, we can't do that. You got to go over there. And this has been going on for 14 months. Please help us. And we want to work with everybody. We're sincere about that.
Thank you.
May I just say one very short? This is a media that is legal in every major city in America. It's very hard for us to understand why we can't have the ability and right to have the same media. It works, and I need to point out, the Palm Springs Bureau of Tourism thinks it works too. They paid for those council members that haven't seen this. Last September, Press Enterprise has a London taxi in the paper. It was paid for by the Bureau of Palm Springs to promote Palm Springs in London. It works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council?
Mr. Mayor. First question is to Mr. Reddy. Could you talk a little bit more about CVAG's timeline? And then my second question, and a concern, certainly, which I think most of us would have, is unseemly advertising. Maybe that's the best way to put it. How that's monitored, who monitors it, who decides what is unseemly and what is not. So, first question. Do you say that?
I can address the CVAG process. First of all, council does not have to rely on CVAG to take any action or do anything with this. You could change the ordinance independently of anything that they do. We just thought, because it would affect all cities, that they may want to have some input. So council can decide to wait for that or not. As a process, it would affect the other cities because the taxis will drive through other jurisdictions. I presume, and I believe most of them don't even address this issue, but let's say Palm Springs passed an ordinance that they didn't like, they could pass something that would contradict ours. So in theory, when Sergio drives a taxi, Palm Springs to Rancho Mirage, he'd have to get out, take the sign off, and continue. Or they would have to implement some sort of fine or something if he didn't do that. Now, I don't know whether that will happen. It may not, but we just wanted to raise the issue with them to see if they had any input. But again, it would be an independent process. And as for a timeline, tomorrow the vote is, or I believe Monday the vote is if they want to have Sunline address the issue. And again, it's unknown beyond that point. On the content, maybe that would be a question for legal.
Yeah. It's really hard for governments to regulate signs in a way that doesn't impinge on First Amendment rights. So it's really complicated. It would be something that we would have to rely more on the taxi companies to implement the rules.
May I interrupt just a minute, though? You're talking not signs, you're talking content.
Right.
Yeah, not signs themselves.
Well, what the signs say and
Right,
what the pictures
content.
are. It's the same
Okay.
thing with a billboard or any type of sign.
So how?
But I think he has a good point that perhaps we need clarification on. Is advertising in and of itself is also a right, is it not?
It's a right. Commercial speech is not as protected as other types of speech.
But it is protected.
But it is protected.
Absolutely.
So,
Would you like our comments?
yes, especially here to point
Go
three.
ahead.
Yeah. From the very beginning, it's always been the intent of the CVTOA for its members to secure the advertising for them. We have 6 companies that are not members of our association. In this, you will find a document signed by 5 of those 6 companies, with 1 company that does not intend to advertise at all, with 3 companies. They've all agreed to abide by any ordinances that the city passes. From the very beginning, we've had a list of who we intend to. We have the right to advertise with who we want to, you know, and we've had people approach us, and these are casinos, restaurants, hotels, destination resorts, special events, professional service, attorneys, realtors, healthcare, nursing homes, contractors, entertainment venues, radio and TV stations, consumer products, and financial services. We don't need to advertise to what the press enterprise called gentlemen clubs with nudes and stuff like that. And we basically wouldn't debase ourselves or most of these company owners, their businesses by doing that.
And it's in our proposal, Steve.
And it's in this
Because
proposal.
they will come, and they
Sure
will
they
come
will.
to you, and they will ask to advertise. So you're telling me your response would be
No.
no. And
But-
associate.
But I think the key issue, that goes back to the first part of your question, is the city could not enforce their guidelines, nor could they enforce their guidelines on somebody that did not participate.
But like the city attorney said, though, at the last meeting, we have the right to turn down the advertising that we don't want to.
And we would also have the right to then change the ordinance. Is that correct?
If the council adopted an ordinance that allowed something and then changed the ordinance, we'd have to make sure that we allowed people the appropriate legal time
Well,
to
and that you
come into
didn't appear to
compliance.
be quashing what they then saw as a vested business right. It's really hard to take away a business right when you
Once
have
it's
it.
given. Yes. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Michael Kaiser, and I represent the Coachella Valley Taxi Owners Association. And in response to Mr. Pugnier, I mean, you have those issues with billboards. And fortunately, the billboard companies I have seen take down a billboard that has offended somebody. And it's basically a self-imposed restriction. But I have reviewed contracts that have been proposed by outside companies who are going to put these signs on the taxi cabs. And those contracts can specifically delineate what type of advertising would be permitted, these companies that are going to do it, and what would not be permitted. And since the only advertising that can be done in the cab is by the company with whom we contract, they're going to be bound by the terms of the contract. And so that is even something that could be reviewed by staff in advance, so we can assure staff that there won't be advertising of the type that none of us wants to have in the community.
Unfortunately, though, we couldn't really request modifications. It's a trust issue.
Exactly.
The council will have to trust that you'll do what you're saying now and stay on that same idea forever, even if the gentleman clubs and the other places offer higher dollars than other advertisers, that you would have to stay there, because if we asked you to change something in those requirements, that would be quashing someone's civil rights. And so we shouldn't review them, because there wouldn't be anything we can do about it.
I understand that, and I think that what the Taxi Cab Association is asking, given the financial problems that they're having, is that you give them that opportunity to show that they deserve your trust and to enjoy some benefit from that as well.
Thank you. I requested that information to be given to CVAC because we've been discussing this for a year and a half. Yes. To this day, not one elected official in any city has contacted me to say, don't do this. That's why we put it on that agenda, to kind of alert people so that if they have some concern, to say it. Because I think they've come to us specifically because the taxi cabs work out of the airport, a significant number of them. And while this has become our pressure point, I thought it was important to at least give people the opportunity to voice their concern or discontent. Now, we've been saying that perhaps other cities might do this or that or the other, and they've had 1.5 years to do that. Absolutely, 1.5 years. And this is, the bottom line is, this has come to us. And we have First Amendment rights that we can postpone, but they're not going to go away. They're not going to go away. We can see evidence of those rights in the airport, and we can set ourselves up potentially for other litigation that I think we need to be wise. If we have people who are coming to us and saying that they will self-police, that they understand the values of our city, and they want to abide by them. In addition, they're saying that they've also contacted the ones who are not a part of the association, and they too, now this is not notarized, but I'm going to assume that these signatures are correct, you've put them in here, that these organizations are saying, you know, even though we're not a part of the organization, we will also abide by those guidelines. We can say, no, we don't trust you, and then we can set ourselves up for a different type of interaction. I think we can avoid that. I'd like to see us avoid that. And yes, this is new and it's different and it does involve trust, but it's either trust or lawsuits. We have a choice.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Ms. Folk.
Having grown up in New York City, in a city that has this, I'm finding it a little difficult to understand why this is such a big issue. I was particularly struck by the safety part of it, because I do think that that's important. But my question has to do with a couple of things. In most cities that I've worked in or have lived in, there has been medallions and regulations on numbers and things of that sort. I mean, New York is famous for its medallion program. And so I was wondering if that is not an additional way of looking at if this could become a part of any kind of medallion licensing if that was what we were going to do. I don't understand if we franchise the taxi cabs or it's franchised through or if they're franchised through the county or how that exactly works. So Sunline permits them in Palm Springs, the entire valley. And so we have no opportunity then to medallion them in Palm Springs?
I'm not sure about the medallion aspect of it, but the city's collectively elected Sunline to be the permitting agency for taxi cabs and all forms of transportation for hire for the entire valley.
And so does that mean that, do we get any of those monies from the franchise fees?
No, it all goes to Sunline to administer the program, to the best of my understanding.
But there must be a business license fee or something to operate.
It's deferred to Sunline. We don't pay business license fees here in Palm Springs.
I'd like to make a statement about that if I could. Sunline for years, the regulator down there, the taxi administrator, has told people who had refunds coming to them that their funds were paid back to the city. Sunline has never paid this. Sunline Regulatory has never kicked one penny back to any city. It was all money going for the regulation of the taxi industry. But we have proposed to Sunline a medallion system, and the reason that they do not want to go with a medallion system that they say is because the cost of the medallions are so great. Take a look at New York City, where a medallion goes for $200,000 a year. Sunline does not want us to have value for our taxis. End of story. And it becomes quite obvious when you take a look at the last page in this presentation what it's all about, what it has been about down there. It's been about money for Sunline. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to get in an argument about Sunline. I just wanted to clear up for myself. Since we as a city franchise a number of the vehicles that use our streets, and we do, that is a source of revenue for the city. I find it surprising that this is not a source of revenue for the city, but that's an issue, I guess, for another time. The other question I had was about what you were talking about with the advertisement. Were you saying that the advertisement would be limited to businesses in Palm Springs? Because you're saying that would be
valley-wide.
Valley-wide. So then it's not really correct that this would be bringing business into, if you're in, you said that if you were in Palm Desert, we would be advertising businesses from Palm Springs. So I got a little
refer more to out of town. The point is that we go out of the Coachella Valley on a daily basis. Our whole industry is very mobile, and I mean, as far as, my goodness, Nevada and Northern California and San Diego, daily. And my point is that local Coachella Valley is the best way I can describe it. Businesses, whoever wants to advertise with us, that advertisement's going to be seen in San Diego and LAX and Ontario on a frequent basis, which is going to hopefully bring tourism back to Palm Springs. And may I also let you know that it could be used for Palm Springs events, Nortel Film Festival, weekends.
Okay, I think I understand that.
You get it.
That's Palm Springs.
Yeah.
Film Festival.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my point.
There is no Nortel anymore, is what he's saying.
I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to add that I would be in favor of this.
Thank you.
Mr. Mills.
You are reading my mind. Mr. Mayor, you made a comment earlier about either about trust or lawsuits. And my question is to the city attorney, if it stays as our sign ordinance is now, are we subject to a lawsuit?
There have been lawsuits. The most analogous to our situation is a federal case involving the city of Myrtle Beach, where they did not allow taxi cabs to have signs for aesthetic reasons, being that they were a resort community, and the federal court did uphold the ordinance and say that was a reasonable control of the city. And while many cities don't have that, Palm Springs does. So I think Palm Springs would be successful if they were sued.
And I think, I think therein lies the issue as far as I'm concerned. It's not about taxi cabs. It's not about Sunline to me. It's about a resort city, aesthetics, the standard that we put in the city, the fact that when people get off the airplane and they walk outside and there's not signs all over the place in front of them, and when they're not inundated with that type of a feel, when they get off the plane and they walk out of Palm Springs Airport, they're on vacation. They're in a resort. They're away from all that stuff that they've seen probably from the city that they came from, or at least the airport that they came from to here. They are experiencing something different. And I have heard the comment, of people that say that what a breath of fresh air, and it starts when they walk out the airport door, and I'm please understand, it's not. I mean, it's not against your industry. It's nothing against cabs or anything like that. It's just that's the feel that I think Palm Springs has initiated and worked towards for the last 35 years. And it's not just cabs, it's signage on our streets. It's the fact that we don't allow billboards in the city. It's setting a standard, a feel, a look for the city. And that's really my main concern here. And then secondarily, the fact that you're putting an advertising potential into our city, again, that would conceivably be not promoting our city. And I understand you're talking about in the valley, but could be. It's promoting down valley potentially more than Palm Springs, and I'm sure the break up in Palm Springs versus down valley would be much more down valley because there's more population down valley, there's more businesses down valley than just the city of Palm Springs. And so why would we want to introduce a competition to our local businesses is the way I see it from that standpoint, but that's a secondary standpoint. I know there's arguments all over the place on what I'm talking about, but from my standpoint, it's a quality of life that's exhibited in the city and throughout the city, and that I think our visitor experiences when not only just the airport, but in the city, in the downtown, it's a relief from something he sees everywhere else. And it may not be a conscious relief, but you feel it, and it's something that we worked hard to create in this city, and I have a real difficulty in seeing it go away, and I think this will start to chip at it. And then you get into, if you allow it for taxi cabs, how do you not allow it for businesses or the pull-through billboard things that Mr. Evans alluded to? It just, where do you draw the line? Right now, the line's simple, and anything other than that makes it complicated. And Rob and I have talked about this before, and I know this is of no surprise to her. So, but that's my basic feel on it.
Are we able to comment?
Mr. Mills, do you mind
Yes, Sergio, go
maybe
ahead.
I can address some of your fears? At the airport, we're no longer out in front where the public comes out. We've been put in a lot off airport premises by ourselves. You have 3 cabs up there now at a time, and that's it. And when people come out, that's all they see is 3 cabs. What they do see is the big buses with the signs on them out front, and everything else. Downtown, where you have the cabs parking, or in front of a casino that's got a huge, big new neon lit sign that makes noon out of midnight. And these cabs are not congregating all together, and they're rolling. They're not fixed objects. I'm just trying to say that, and they don't look bad. They're cosmetic looking. Actually, I've actually had good everybody that's made a comment about that sign on that taxi that we've had out there that says, welcome to the beautiful Coachella Valley. We've gotten great comments about it. Sure.
Chris, I understand because we've talked about the wish list, the perfect environment. But, we're talking about also is it the entertainment complex is Area 14. I want to make sure I have my verbiage correct. We're expanding the casinos. We're growing. It can't stay the idyllic resort forever. We are growing. I don't know what Myrtle Beach's populace is. I have no idea. I really don't. But I know that we are growing, and we're becoming a haven for baby boom retirees, and the tourist issues. And I just think this is a sign of the times. My other concern, and I'm not trying to be dismiss debate here, but it makes sense to me to do this, because if you don't, the taxi industry is going to deteriorate. We're at a desperate impasse here financially.
Mr.
We need
Mayor.
to keep up our quality.
Yeah.
This will allow us to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
My major concern was the advertising, the unseemly advertising, which they have addressed and addressed it thoroughly. So I just, I am in favor of allowing the cabs to advertise, so.
Mr. Mayor, also, the other thing that we have in our city that if I wanted to go to look at unseemly things is the buses that are covered from top to bottom that you can't even see inside the windows, which are worse to me than a rolling billboard that we allow that go through our city all the time. So, that's a major issue for me. But anyway, I am very cognizant of the time, and I
Yes.
think we're running out of time now.
Yeah, we've run out.
And I've
Mr. Mayor?
been corrected
Yes.
by the city clerk.
That's what I was going to suggest,
Yes.
that
It's not in favor, but
Yeah.
in pursuing the next step.
That was clear direction. Ms. Fote, did you have a comment? I'm sorry.
No, I just
Okay.
wanted us to move on because we're running out of time.
Then, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking for direction if I should start the process to bring a resolution to council for the amendment, excuse me, as Mr. Evans.
I think that there
discussed.
are some concerns, and perhaps we'll have some additional feedback, but it appears that you should probably bring something back to us, but with some additional input.
Okay, so we'll bring it to the council meeting, the debate, the additional debate can occur at that
Yeah.
point. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, observations? I just want to make my report. Because we didn't do this the last time, I attended a reception at Desert Museum for Desert Age Project for the Steve Chase event. I did the welcome for the Tour de Palm Springs. I did a welcome for the California Association for Public Cemeteries. Attended the kickoff for the Black History Month program and the Tuskegee Airmen program at the Air Museum, the Steve Chase Humanitarian Awards. Spoke to the Human Rights Commission regarding their vision, to the groundbreaking along with some other council members for the Classic, did the State of the City, and thank you all the council members for your support and attendance. Attended the Uptown Heritage District Association meeting and the Sandy Awards at Fantasy Springs. I did a shopping on the Strip with Sarah Castro. I also met with the Neighborhood Oversight Committee. Attended the AmVets paver dedication at Angel Stadium. Attended the Riverside County Date Festival Parade and the Angel View 50th Annual Luncheon. Introduced Martin Luther King III at Palm Springs High School and reception. And I spoke at the Rotary. And also just want to say to the Morantz family that our hearts and our thoughts are with you during their special hour of bereavement at the death of their son, Michael Morantz.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Funk.
When are we going to talk about structure of the future study council agenda?
Next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, that does
Soon, I hope.
yield to you.
I hope soon.
That was on the agenda for today. I would recommend that be part of our next meeting. Now, I do want to ask the question, if council wants to have a study session next week in light of the meetings we had this week. I know we'll have a council member not in town. We have agendized the budget discussion for the meeting of the 10th. And obviously this discussion can be part of it. The question is, do you want a meeting on the 25th, a week from today?
Well, my concern about, and why I had originally requested that we have two, or not two, but that we have a full day study session is because I think that I just feel like we're doing things piecemeal. We're doing things as they come up, and we've never had the chance to look at all the items that we're putting on the study session, prioritize them, and start doing some of the things that we talked about, which is visioning for the city. And it's that, I mean, we've been now doing this for a couple of months, or the new people on the council have. And I am concerned that we're never going to get to that point where we are doing the visioning portion of it and we are prioritizing. We're just allowing things, we're just discussing things that we're handed on a piece of paper. And certainly, the staff's input is important, but I think that we at some point have to look at the directions that we want to see issues going.
And you have a good point. What you're talking about is what we used to be able to do in our workshops. But based upon the changes in the Brown Act, we don't have as much flexibility as we had at that time in terms of, just a general free flow of our discussion and brainstorming. Everything needs to be so structured now in terms of what you place on the agenda of what you're going to talk about, which limits you. If we want to have the meeting, I think if we're going to do that, that everyone should be in attendance. And so I guess the discussion was whether or not we should meet on the 25th. I need to get that date right. If we have a council member missing, do we want to have that type of discussion with one of the members absent? It's up to you.
I feel the council member who will be missing is an important part of the council, and so
we all are.
Even when I break the rules, right, Trish?
And make committee assignments.
Well, you've got to wait 4 years.
But I mean, I do have this concern, and it's not necessarily directed at us doing it next week. I just that we have been talking about this now since the campaigns, and once we were elected, we also reiterated that request. And I don't think the Brown Act precludes us, in my understanding of the Brown Act, from discussing visioning if that's the topic on the agenda. I mean, you can talk about where the direction of the city and list under that all the areas that we want to talk about. And I don't think that
Well, so
precludes
perhaps
that.
though we get some guidance from council about getting back to potentially, within the limit, some free flowing
If we could-
brainstorming conversation.
Exactly. If we could get a report from legal on how we could do that, because otherwise we'd have to list everything potentially.
Well, basically, you would have to list everything. But I mean, if you wanted to look at a list of everything and have everyone pick what they wanted and narrow it down somewhat.
Could I paraphrase?
Because I don't understand what you mean by everything if it's
I
just
think I
future
do.
projects.
In discussions with council, if I could just go this far in 30 seconds. There are many things on the agenda that could go right to legislative that they don't have to be here. I think we can control that. I think what I've heard Council Member Fote and Punier saying is you want to have more of the substantive policy discussions. For example, what is our downtown policy? And that would be the discussion between council members ending in direction for us, not us talking to you per se. So what I think would work is some of the stuff, we pare down the things that can be on legislative, just taking the legislative, you can have the debate and discussion then, and that study sessions are more geared towards policy issues that you raise. So if that's what I'm hearing, that's an easy thing to do. But we would agendize it on the meeting of the 10th so council can have this discussion fully and give us clear direction.
I think that's fine. I'd like to see something a little different. I'd really like for us to be able to do some visioning. That's still pretty much looking at things that we have. I mean, so that we can say to the departments as we look at our budget, and especially based upon what may happen, we want your budgets to conform to these priorities that we have, or to see them reflected in them. And I don't know how we do that in the discussions that are that formal.
But budget may be slightly different because we will several times throughout the year have to have those discussions in a study session setting.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the prioritizing for us and the directions and the focus and in creating more of a vision, and how we, the arena that we can do that, which then may set some direction for, well, not just for the budget, but for all of our departments and their programs, everything.
I.e. strategic plan.
Yes.
That would be a fair discussion.
I mean, and can't you just agendize it as that, a strategic plan for the city?
Yes.
And that's a pretty open item.
Yes. So.
Yes.
The purpose of the agenda is to allow the public to know in advance what the council will be talking about. It does not have to be so detailed to know each issue that may evolve, but what the public has a right to know is what you will be considering and what you will be discussing. That's what the public has a right to know. So when we create the agenda, what we do is look at what is the council going to be doing, what is recommended to you, and then from there we pull together the agenda. So if, for instance, you were wanting to do some visioning for some strategic planning, with information, we would put together the correct enough agenda to allow you to discuss it. The problem comes in is getting off of those things on the agenda that have no relevance to the item, just going somewhere else.
But a term like strategic plan, though, is quite broad, but I think it does capture the whole visioning idea, so it would allow you probably the range that you're looking for.
Well, then it paid off to have this discussion. Okay.
And then,
Not on the agenda.
so then, if it's okay with council members, our next study session will be on March the 10th.
Yes. So, okay, we're ready? Yes, Mr. Mills?
No.
Oh, then we will call this meeting adjourned.